Wednesday, Spyro Reignited Trilogy.
It's nighttime, Noah. Time for horny posting. Time for horny posting. Noah After Dark.
Thursday, Edgeworth Investigations.
Hold it! Hold it! Hold it! Confetti.
Friday, Yakuza 0.
That's a big, juicy secret. Oh my god, what this girl's freaky, guys. Damn. Yeah? Okay then.
Monday, Undertale. Tuesday, Finding Paradise. Wednesday, Spyro Reignited Trilogy.
It's nighttime, Noah. Time for horny posting. Time for horny posting. Noah After Dark.
Thursday, Edgeworth Investigations.
Hold it! Hold it! Hold it! Confetti.
Friday, Yakuza 0.
That's a big, juicy secret. Oh my god, what this girl's freaky, guys. Damn. Yeah? Okay then.
Monday, Undertale. Tuesday, Finding Paradise. Wednesday, Spyro Reignited Trilogy.
It's nighttime, Noah. Time for horny posting. Time for horny posting. Noah After Dark.
Thursday, Edgeworth Investigations.
Hello and happy Thursday, everyone. Hello to anybody who might already be here. Hope you guys are having a good Thursday. And yeah, it's time for some more Ace Attorney up in here. So yeah, we last left off in the middle of a case because we didn't get to be continued part because this is not lining up quite right for me. But we did stop, I think, at a pretty good stopping point though. Let me see if I can remember what happened. Let's see. So at the start of this case, it was a flashback, right? Yeah, this is a flashback. This is when Kay and actually it's Kay, Gumshoe, and Edgeworth. This is when they met. So Edgeworth was I don't know if he was. This is his first time in court. I don't know. He had a case that he was going to come, but he's still like pretty green at this point. Still under Von Karma and everything, and he's still mentoring Edgeworth. And there's a case going on where the defense attorney, I believe he was the defense attorney, was. I'm sorry. Give me a moment. I think he was actually the prosecutor. Was Kay's father, who was apparently the ex-Yatagarasu, which, if you don't know, is like a thief, like a famous thief, I should say. And so he was the prosecutor on it, and it was all about the Yatagarasu, and the guy who was on the stand, or the defendant for the case, was framed or something. They didn't give us very much information, so I'm trying to figure out what they told us. Sorry. I guess the big point is that the case went into like recess, and then during the recess in the district court defendant lobby number 2 that we're standing in right now, both Faraday, the prosecutor I was talking about, Kay's father, and the witness or defense or whoever, I think they were the defense, were both found dead. So, and it looks like that one of them stabbed the other, and then the other shot the other one. So they look like they stabbed and shot each other to death. But like, how would that happen at the same time? So we're kind of like wondering about that kind of thing. And let's see. Let me look in the organizer really quick, and we can see what evidence we had too. So I am failing to remember the minor details in this case. Let's see. So this. Oh yeah, this all has to do with the KG8 incident, which I remember. I had the idea that maybe that's KGB, but that's yet to be determined. Let's see. Received from my mentor as reference about the KG8. Touch and check the check button. Let's do that. Okay, so this is Cadopian Embassy staff member Manny Cochin found not guilty. That's right. This is the old incident, because this isn't even the KG8 incident. This is something that happened afterwards, right? Because the KG8 incident is even older, I think. But yes, coming back to me now. Yeah, it's about this country, Cadopia, I guess, and the embassy staff member. That's, I mean, about as much as I know is everything that's right here, to be honest. But there was like some assassination or something that happened. Let's see. Detective Gumshoe's testimony. Was in the hall on guard duty. Other than gunshot, didn't hear a sign of a struggle. Now, this is the testimony for the actual murder of Faraday and the defendant. So the handgun that I think we found in Faraday's hand. Yeah, there we go. Found in Faraday's hand. Bullet that killed Rel was fired from a few yards away. Okay, Rel is the name of the other guy, the defendant or whatever. Okay. Yeah, we did determine that it wasn't point blank because it didn't have the burn marks. I remember that. This is a knife that was in Rel's hand, and it was thought to be brought in as evidence. Actually, both weapons were thought to be brought in as evidence, and then were used as weapons. Says, I believe Faraday brought this in as evidence. It was found in Rel's hand. Crime scene notes. Notes pertaining to Burn Faraday and Mac Rel. Okay, Burn Faraday, that's his name. Touch the check button. Let's check that out. Victim, Burn Faraday, age 40. And then Mac Rel, like mackerel, I guess, age 32. Time of death, September 10th, approximately 4 p.m. Discovered immediately after a gunshot was heard. Marks about the bodies. Faraday died of a knife stab to the chest. Rel died of a bullet wound to the chest. There is no gunpowder burn on his clothes, suggesting he was shot from a few yards away. And then there's their bodies. It's weird that they would fall on each other like that. Especially, like, I don't know, like, who would fall first in that situation? Because it's like, he got stabbed one time, but I guess it must have been in a really vital place, right? Like, right in the heart or something. But I don't know, it's just weird to think that they would fall on each other like that. It's like, not very likely. Mr. Faraday's fountain pen. Oh yeah, because he had ink on his hand, didn't he? Fountain pen used by the left-handed Faraday. Looks like it was a quality nib. That's right, he's left-handed, but the gun was in his right hand or something, wasn't it? So that was weird. Then here's one of the evidence bags. One of the bags strewn on the floor of lobby number 2 has Faraday's blood on it. And then we're back around to the prosecutor's badge. Okay, so, you know, we got a little bit of information about what was going on. I feel like I failed in my part of giving the recap, but I think we understand. I think we understand what we need to understand, right? So let's continue on. All right, flipping back. Let me get comfortable. Get my Ace Attorney stance. You know what I mean? Got my pedals ready. We're feeling good compared to last week, dude. All right, move some things around. There we go. Here's the autopsy report. It is probable that Mr. Rell survived for a short time after he was shot. However, Mr. Faraday died instantaneously from his stabbing. Interesting. Crime scene notes. Crime scene notes updated in my organizer. It looks like we now know everything we need to know about this case. Are you sure we know everything?
Hey, what's up?
Hey, what's up, Pop? How's it going, man? Welcome in. Hope we've had a good Thursday. Of course, the incident began with Mr. Faraday attempting to get his revenge. The prosecutor went into a rage from being accused and tried to kill the defendant. But the defendant fought back and they ended up killing each other. She does a little curtsy. It's all very clear and simple. There is absolutely no margin for doubt. Do you really believe that to be the truth? I am. I updated Streamer Bot and it didn't break things. Nice, dude. That's always a good time. Updating some streaming software. Hell yeah, dude. That's cool that they got the Polypop live stuff in there too. I assume that lets you make a WebSocket that will let you send data to it, I guess, because that's how Mix It Up works. You have to create a WebSocket for it, and it looked like it was similar, like port setup kind of thing. Ha! Are you saying that just because I figured out the truth before you, that you don't want to believe it's true? It's all right. If you disagree with my argument, then prove me wrong. Well, if there are any contradictions to be found, that is. Don't you worry, I will. Yeah, lets me trigger actions. Same WebSocket setup I use for deck board. Oh, nice, cool. There you go, man. Hell yeah. So, are you saying that deck board uses a WebSocket in order to do stuff on Polypop? Is that what you mean? Or you already have to use that to get actions into deck board? I guess I don't know much about deck board. I'm a Stream Deck guy, I guess. Mr. Faraday's death was instantaneous while Mr. Rell survived for a short time. From this, it is obvious that Mr. Faraday died after he shot Mr. Rell. And Mr. Rell, while on the brink of death, stole Mr. Faraday's knife and stabbed him. Hey, it's a Mighty Flack. What's up, man? Hello, Domm. Long time no see. How are you doing today, friendo? I'm doing great, man. Great to see you again, and thanks for the resub, dude. How are you doing? It's always a good day when I'm playing Ace Attorney, man. When I don the wig. Those are the facts of this case. And we'll see about that. Am I in internal voice? I'm not. There we go. Mr. Faraday's death was instantaneous, therefore he must have attacked first. Proving that logic to be false is probably the fastest way to show her that she's wrong. In that case, I should first look for any holes in her theory. Doing good, just trying to stay cool. Oh, dude, I know how that is, man. Today has been a hot one around here, that's for sure. Holy shit. I'd be getting close to 100 if it wasn't past 100, man. It was fucking hot out there. In fact, thinking about how hot it is making me hot right now. I need to go turn up the AC. It connects deck board to streamer bot. Oh, right. That makes sense. It lets me trigger actions with my tablet stream deck instead of requiring a chat command or a hotkey. Right. Gotcha. That makes sense. For some reason, I wasn't thinking about how deck board was to talk to streamer bot. That makes sense. Gotcha. That's cool, though, man. So, does deck board have anything for you to talk with Polypop? I mean, I guess it doesn't have to now that you can do that with StreamerBot, right? Because then you can make Deckboard talk to Polypop at that point, right? So there you go. I'm gonna turn the AC up. BRB. It is hot in this getup. Let me tell you, it's the vest. I think the vest is what does it. I mean, the wig definitely does a bit too, but I think it's mostly the vest. It's always hard to get my headphones in and make sure I don't get any hair in with it, you know? That's one of the benefits of being bald, let me tell you. I also like the way that they display like bits and subs and stuff at the top of chat now. That's nice. Hey, what's up, Crispy? Hi, friendly friend. Sorry I'm a little late, not watching the clock. Hey, no problem. We're just glad you made it, Crispy. That will probably roll Polypop into a streamer bot action, and that way I can have more actions in sequence. Yeah, there you go, dude. Hell yeah. That's what I'm doing with Mix It Up. I got Mix It Up doing all that kind of things. Triggers and stuff. It's nice in the Stream Deck they have a hotkey option, and I don't have to use the WebSocket with that, which is nice. So I can just trigger hotkeys without actually setting hotkeys. Because in Polypop, I'm sure you know it, it's like way easier to use a hotkey than it is like a WebSocket. I mean, not way easier, but it is a little bit easier if you just want to trigger something simple, you know what I mean? So that's what I use for rolling the dice in there, so I can just keep tap, 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 and it just keeps rolling it. It was super easy to set up, which I liked. Let's see. Mr. Faraday's death was instantaneous, while Mr. Rell survived for a short time. We're pressing that shit. Hold it! Hold it! Okay, hold on. Let me make sure that my mic is set up before we go into that for too long. The microphone settings. Use connected physical microphone. Yep, okay. It should be trying to use it. Let me make sure that I got the right thing set up as my default device. Hello, hello. Yeah, the wrong thing is set up, so set default. Okay, I think we need to reset the program too, but let's try it a few times first. Bold bit, cold stick. I can try that. I have not touched Polypop yet. I'm excited to crack it open. Oh yeah, I think you'll like it, man. Honestly, like, I was thinking about it the other day, and I think you could probably recreate Tits inside of it. Now, it's not going to be as good as Tits, because Tits is optimized to do what Tits does. But I've been working on a couple things to try to sort of create something that's like Tits. You know, like a whole scene that will do something very similar. But yeah, so it could be something where you could kind of combine that functionality with other functionality as well. Like, I don't know, I guess what all Tits is capable of, but you know what I mean? Let me see how it works with that. Yeah, I'll be curious to see how you apply it, man. It's gonna be cool to see how you and Isidore and anybody else, you know, picks it up, applies it, because there's so much you can do with it, dude. So many different directions you could go. So I feel like I've only just scratched the surface, and I've spent like hours in it. And I feel like I've only just done a little bit. The cat just put his paw in my coffee and flicked froth everywhere. He was trying to reach for my plate. That's funny. Hopefully he didn't burn himself, though. Putting his paw in the coffee. Poor little guy. I just tried this a few times. Hold it! Hold it! Hold it! Bold bit. Cold stick. Confetti. Spaghetti. Brown Betty. Alright, nothing's working, so let me restart the program. I think maybe it didn't detect my microphone. So let me save here. Reset the program. There we go. And hold it! Hold it! Hold it! Hold it! Hold it. Confetti. Spaghetti. Brown Betty. See, Brown Betty worked. It's still, Brown Betty is still like the reigning champ of all the fucking things to trigger it. Mold spit, yeah. It's so weird. Oh, Neo. Oh, it's all good. We got it. We figured it out. It was just the tip, luckily. Oh, just the tip? I really need a coffee table instead of a tray on the couch next to me. Yeah, that'd probably help a little bit, huh? Do you truly believe that Mr. Faraday died instantaneously? I have the murder report right here. Mr. Faraday died instantaneously of shock due to being stabbed in the chest. There, you see? It's been documented. Clear as day. From this, it is obvious that Mr. Faraday died after he shot Mr. Rell. Hold it! Hold it! Ah, we got it. Mr. Faraday shot Mr. Rell before he died. Do you have any basis for that statement? Your foolishness has no end, does it? Now, I hate to repeat myself, however, Mr. Faraday died instantaneously. That's all the basis I need. Alright, so if Mr. Faraday died instantaneously, then he must have attacked Mr. Rell before being stabbed. You're finally beginning to catch on, I see. And Mr. Rell, while on the brink of death, stole Mr. Faraday's knife and stabbed him. Hold it! Hold it! Hold it! Confetti. Brown Betty. It always works. It's so weird. It's so weird. Do you believe that the dying Mr. Rell stole the knife from Mr. Faraday? Mr. Rell became desperate, and he did not want to die. Human beings can do amazing things when they are put to the test. So the two men struggled. And in the end, Mr. Rell was able to grab the knife and stab Mr. Faraday. The messy condition of this room is a testament to their struggle. Yes, my logic is perfectly sound. Can you really say that it's perfect? What are you insinuating? Nothing. However, I can't let what you said slide without further inquiry. One must be clear and precise. So if you could append that statement to your testimony. Fine. They struggled, and Mr. Rell used the last of his strength to counterattack Mr. Faraday. Hold it! Hold it! Brown Betty. Oh, it didn't work that time. Confetti. Spaghetti. Brown Betty. There we go. Now it worked. Why does that work, dude? I don't know. It's just gonna start it, Papa. I love cleaning up mess my cat has made first thing in the morning. Oh yeah, you gotta love that. About this statement. Mr. Rell used all of his remaining strength to take the knife and defend himself. One can easily see that they had a violent struggle. Of course, it's nothing compared to what my riding crop can do. That's her little whip there, huh? So cute. How does one compare the damage her crop can do with the state of this room? Furthermore, all the plastic bags on the floor in this room were scattered there due to the fight. Is there anything else that I can explain for you? No, that will be fine. Those are the facts of this case. Are they? Sounds like me and the kids. Yeah, he's still reaching over the tray, and I've told him no 100 times, so he doesn't care. Exactly like the kids. Yep, there you go. Brown Betty. There, one try, dude. One fucking try. It works. Why does that work? Claiming speculation as fact already. Don't you feel that the evidence is a bit lacking? You'll find all the evidence you need just by looking around this room. Mr. Faraday collapsed on top of Mr. Rell. In addition, Mr. Faraday died instantaneously, making a counterattack impossible. Furthermore, the room is a total mess from their fight. I dare say that there's more evidence here than you could whip a whip at. Than you could whip a whip at. It looks like she's becoming more and more confident. And, looking at this place, she might have the right to be. After all, everything here seems to support her theory. It looks like you're starting to see my point. I have as good as won our little competition. Oh, I forgot she was making us a competition, right? To see who was more perfect or whatever. Hey, I got some confetti from Vince. What's up, man? How's it going, dude? There's something strange about Francesca's theory. I should compare her claim with the data I've gathered thus far. I just know there's a contradiction somewhere. Yeah, it has to do with the state of the room, I'm pretty sure, because we found the tea set was fine and stuff, and then there's a bunch of stuff on the table that's fine.
Your Honor.
Hell yeah, the prosecution is ready. What's up, Stella? How's it going? Let's see. Death was instantaneous. From this, it's obvious that Faraday died after the shot. He struggled, and Mr. Rell used the last of his strength to counterattack Mr. Faraday. I think that's the one. Yeah. So let me go ahead and save. Boop. And then we will present. Let's see what we got to present, shall we? Ba, ba, ba. Ba, ba, ba. Oh, we didn't have... Oh, I thought the tea set was something... Okay, never mind. I thought that was a piece of evidence, but it's not. We have the bag with his blood on it. He struggled, and Mr. Rell used the last of his strength to counterattack Mr. Faraday. Hi, Dom. Friends in chat. That will be friends on... That will be friends on day. This Franny is cute. Oh, yeah, absolutely. I love... young Francesca in the anime and in the game. She's so adorable, dude. Son just turned 6. Crazy. That's crazy. That is crazy, man. Hell yeah, man. They grow up so fast, don't they? That's awesome, dude. One day. That's what she meant. One day. Friends one day. Got it. I see what you mean, stuff. Alright, let's see. Fountain pen used by left-handed Faraday. Looks like it was a quality name. Papa starting that Badandi combo. Those pertaining to Burn Faraday and Mackerel. You know, this has a lot of information with it. It could be this. Let's look at this a little bit further again. I think it has to do... I think it has to do with the fact that they found the bodies... Oh, here we go. Let's let Brian have his time first. Bing ditty bong and a little dill dan, and why not? I'm dill dan! There we go. Why not? Just to follow it up. Wow, there we go, Crispy. Crispy's on the bois. Sure, I just wanted to pop in. Probably won't be on for too long. Gotta cook and such. Oh yeah, sounds good, man. Tell ya, your baby boy, happy birthday for me. Have a good night, man. Thanks for coming by and saying hello. We all appreciate it, not just me. I think we all appreciate seeing events. All right, let's see. But anyways, what I was saying was I think it has to do with the fact that they found the bodies right after there was a gunshot, right? Discovered immediately after a gunshot was heard. And she's trying to say that he fired the shot and then the guy stabbed him afterwards. But if they were discovered right after the gunshot was heard, then maybe that, I don't know. Maybe? Maybe not. All right, let's take a look at what she said again. They struggled, and Mr. Rell used the last of his strength to counterattack Mr. Faraday. Those are the facts. What did you say before that? This is obvious that Mr. Faraday died after he shot Mr. Rell. It's gotta have something to do with that, right? Let's try it against this one. Will do. Hi, we'll try to hop on more often. June is just super busy for me. Hey, I don't blame you, man. It's all good. We're just happy to see you whenever we can, dude. No pressure. We're just always happy to see you, buddy. Let's see here. Present. Flip back over here. Flip back over. There we go. We're gonna present this then, the crime scene notes. We gotta say objection. Nice. It worked. This is the piece of evidence that proves the flaw in your theory. That doesn't sound very good. That sounds like a generic response. Sounds like Domm was fucking wrong. They just died playing Twister. Yeah, left hand red, dude. Miles Edgeworth, you dare try to bluff through this by presenting unrelated evidence? You're a disgrace to the Von Karman name. Nah. Could I have it all wrong? Alright, we'll get it. Here we can load back in. Boop. See, that never happened. Alright, there's something else we can present against this, apparently. Let's take another closer look at what we got here. Received from the mentor, referenced about the KGA, touch the check. Let's check this out. Yeah, that's not gonna have anything. It's in the hall guard, other than the gunshot, didn't hear sign. Oh, this is probably it, because it talks about didn't hear the sign of a struggle. That makes more sense. This one actually says the word struggle, and she says struggle in what she said. So I think that's our indicator. Oh, damn it, the timer again. Glad I looked over. There we go, 23 days until the 24-hour stream. Be there or be square. What was the bomb there on his head? What was that bomb there on his head? That bomb? What do you mean? I don't think there's a bomb on his head, so that's why I'm getting very confused by what you mean by that. But here we go. Objection! 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 Oh, come on, dude. Objection! Nice. There we go, I got it. Rejection. I should say that instead. If the two men were fighting, their struggle would have surely caused quite a bit of noise. However, Detective Gumshoe testified that he heard absolutely nothing. Ha! You place too much faith in that detective's testimony, you know. But for the sake of argument, let's say there wasn't a fight. How then did Mr. Rell get his hands on the knife? Mr. Faraday's bag was sitting right here in lobby number 2. It is not hard to imagine that perhaps Mr. Rell saw a chance and took it out at some point. So, what you're saying is this. Mr. Rell took a chance when he saw the opportunity and took the knife from the bag. And then Mr. Faraday shot Mr. Rell after being stabbed. Isn't there something strange in Francesca's statement just now? No, it all makes sense, or yes, something is off. I mean, something's off because he supposedly died instantaneously, so he couldn't have shot him after being stabbed, right? There was a little explosion just before when Edgeworth had that anime face with wide eyes. Oh, have you never noticed what happens when I fuck up, Crispy? There's a little meter at the top, and every single time I lose, like I do something wrong, the meter goes down. It's like the health in this game. And the animation they use is like a tiny little explosion, so that's what you were talking about. Sorry, I thought you knew that mechanic as a part of the game, my bad. So I'll say, yes, something is off. Wait, something doesn't add up. Oh, really? Yeah, see the meter at the top right now, Crispy? That's what it was. So when that little blinking part is how much is at risk if I choose the wrong thing, and it'll blow up. I've seen the meter but never noticed the explosion. Oh, really? Yeah. Probably because I never fuck up, right? Right? Because I'm never messing up, right? Right? It's never blown up. What are we talking about? What are you talking about? It's still full. Let's see. It's simply not possible for Mr. Faraday to have shot Mr. Rell after being stabbed. Because he was stabbed, or because he died instantaneously, right? Which is in the crime scene notes. It should be, so we're gonna see really quick. That's why, surely, yeah, surely, surely that's why. Take that! Take that! Come on! Take that! Take that! Take that! Aw, come on! Take that! There we go. According to the coroner's report, Mr. Faraday died instantaneously, meaning that he died immediately upon being stabbed by the knife. Ergo, he could not possibly have fired the gun after that. Oh, you got me. But of course. Well then, if the report is correct, then there is only one correct explanation. If we suppose that Mr. Rell attacked first, then Mr. Faraday, who died instantaneously, would have been unable to kill Mr. Rell. Therefore, Mr. Rell must have stabbed Mr. Faraday after he was shot. Then they both died. That is the only explanation that makes logical sense. Negating your opponent's ideas in order to prove your own theory. I see you've been studying, Francesca. I just wanted to explain it to you as simply as possible, before you foolishly propose a foolish theory that only a foolish fool like you could. How naive of you to believe that only your opinions are valid, and still expect to discover the truth that the crime scene offers you. Man, they're having a good back and forth here. It's like brother and sister. Francesca, you've still got a ways to go. What are you talking about? Are you saying there's a flaw in my logic? Mr. Faraday died instantly. And the fact that he did is what gives rise to the contradiction in this scene. The contradiction here in this crime scene is the order of events, the order the bodies fell, the evidence bag's location. How would it be the evidence bag's location, dude? Come on, that can't be it, right? I'll be bummed if that's what it is. The order the bodies fell, the order of events. The order of events, right? I mean, it could be the order of events, or there could be another person who shot, right? Do we know it was definitely that gun that shot the bullet? Where's the casing? Did we find it? All right, do you want to do a save? And we'll say the order of events. There is a contradiction in the order you say the crime took place in. Oh, in that case, why don't you prove the contradiction already? Or why don't you prove the contradiction already? Miles Edgeworth, remember that we Von Karmas must strive to be perfect in every way. Yeah, there goes bloop again. And that kind of half-baked answer can hardly be called perfect, now can it? Must be the order the bodies fell then? It can't be the bag, right? The bag location would be so weird. Let me get this straight. What you are arguing is this. Mr. Faraday took the gun from his evidence bag and shot Mr. Rell. Then, the wounded Mr. Rell found an opportunity to take the knife and strike back. Upon being stabbed, Mr. Faraday died on the spot, and Mr. Rell died thereafter. If that's the case, then how do you explain this? Take a good look at the order in which their bodies are piled. No! Mr. Faraday's body is lying on top of Mr. Rell's. Therefore, Mr. Rell must have died before Mr. Faraday. Impossible! Yes, I agree that it seems strange no matter what angle you approach it from. Which means that the real mystery behind this crime scene that we... No, not so fast, Miles Edgeworth. What now? I simply think that you ought to think a bit more outside the box. And that it's even clearer now that the incident started with Mr. Faraday's murderous intent. She sure bounced back quick. An explanation won't be enough this time. It's going to take some very decisive evidence to prove her wrong. What happened, part 2? It was just chance that Mr. Faraday's body fell on top of Mr. Rell's. The two bodies fell into a pile, which indicates that they attacked each other at the same time. It really doesn't matter in the slightest that they fell in the opposite order. I just know that Francesca's explanation isn't absolutely correct. All I have to do is find a hole in her logic. Once I do, I can then present her with the evidence that proves the contradiction. What happened? Part 2. It was just chance that Mr. Faraday's body fell on top of Mr. Rell's. Hold it! Damn it. Hold it! Hold it! Hold it! Brown Betty, Oh man, I really wanted that to work. Brown Betty. Confetti. There we go. Confetti. One for confetti. About that. Pressing someone's testimony in order to gain some time to think. You're a real one-trick pony, aren't you? It's too bad your trick only works on fools. Hold up! That wasn't my intent. I simply wish for more detail as to how Mr. Faraday ended up on top of Mr. Rell. Someone's impatient. I was just about to explain everything to you. So do you think you could hold on for a minute? Ah! Francesca, I'll make you a deal. I'll hold on if you hold on to that whip of yours. Oh, I'll hold on to it all right, as I whip you. Ah! Well, now that you've quieted down a bit, I'd like to continue if you don't mind. The two bodies fell into a pile. Hold it! Hold it! Confetti. There we go, another one for confetti. The two fell on top of each other. Don't you find that to be just a bit strange? You know what? Here's, I just remembered. We didn't actually finish the whodunit from last time, did we? I always forget what the command is for me to end a whodunit. Let me do that real quick. Imagine if the roles were switched with this whipping, right? Probably wouldn't go over as well, right? Isn't that kind of funny how that works? I wonder if one day that won't be as big a thing, you know? We won't have these weird double standards. Because I would like to think that even if it was like a guy with the whip, it would be okay. Like whipping a girl, it'd be, you know, just for, because it's just for fun. It's just a funny thing that the character does, you know. It's not like a weird sexual thing or whatever, or abusive necessarily. It's just supposed to make her seem very like antagonistic, you know what I mean? But yeah, I think that it's funny. But yeah, it is funny, but it just like, it would be nice if it wasn't like that, you know. Let's see. Where do I have that? Whodunit? Where are we at? There it is, right at the very bottom. It is. Oh, okay. Well, that makes sense. It's they done it. They done it, and it was Lance Amano. Perpetrator deems Lance Amano, and the guesses have been archived and reset, ready for new guesses. Oh, I also forgot to see who won the last one. Let's do that really quick. Let's go in the archives. This is one from today. Okay, let's see. Papa guessed me if these kids don't listen. Okay, that wasn't right. And then, oh, Crispy, you're the only other one that guessed, and you guessed for Lang. Okay, so nobody won last time, which I totally understand why, because it being Lance caught me off guard too. So I get that. There we go. Cool. So I got a fresh whodunit. So who killed both these guys? What do you guys think? Not at all. Ah. I can see it in her eyes. She's dead set against me from the bottom of her heart. Miles Edgeworth. Once I'm done here, you'll see that there's nothing strange at all. Now then, the two men fell into a pile. I don't have any idea yet. Yeah, I agree with you, Crispy. I wouldn't know who to guess either. Like, I do not blame you at all. But at least now the whodunit robot is ready for what anybody ever wants to guess. And you know, I might as well throw this up there as well. I always forget that these exist. Which, yeah, another good thing to remember for you mods out there. There is a set of commands. I think I have them in the table. I'll have to double check just to make sure. But I do have a few of these cards that help let people know how stuff works. So it's another tool for you guys to help explain stuff. if ever you have the need. Alright, so they fall into a pile, which indicates that they attacked each other at the same time. Hold it! Ooh, that actually worked. What do you mean by they attacked each other at the same time? I assume Mr. Faraday had the two different weapons in his hands. He made to attack Mr. Rell while holding both the knife and revolver. And then, after Mr. Faraday fired the gun, Mr. Rell grabbed the knife as he was falling and stabbed Mr. Faraday. That is how Mr. Rell wound up on the bottom with Mr. Faraday on top. At close range, that is more than possible. Yeah, but we have evidence that it's not at close range, right? Because it wasn't... He didn't have the burn, right? The gunpowder burn? Yes, it's possible, but... Well, if you have any other ideas, then show me what you've got! Oh, I will. And to that extent, I'd like for you to append what you just said to your testimony. I don't see any point to that, but as you please. Some logic. Yeah, there's a little logic. The fact that indicates that they attacked each other. Oh yeah, that's what she's appending. The fact indicates that they attacked each other at the same time from close range. Hold it. Confetti. Spaghetti. Brown Betty. And there it goes. You're saying that they attacked each other at the same time from close range. Exactly. Mr. Faraday pointed the gun at Mr. Rell's chest and pulled the trigger. Mr. Rell then took the knife from Mr. Faraday and stabbed him before he fell unconscious. The dead Mr. Faraday instantly fell on top of Mr. Rell from the stabbing, pinning Mr. Rell under him where he died shortly thereafter. And that's how they ended up on top of each other with no contradictions to be seen. Yeah, Brown Betty for the win. Absolutely, Stella. You nailed it with that one. It really doesn't matter in the slightest that they fell on they fell in the opposite order. Hold it! Hold it! Confetti. There we go. Another one for confetti. Do you really believe that they fell in the exact opposite order in which they attacked? Miles Edgeworth, you're not listening to a word I'm saying. They both attacked each other at the same time, and Mr. Rell fell first by chance, leaving Mr. Faraday to just happen to fall on top of him. Then Mr. Rell died shortly thereafter, pinned underneath Mr. Faraday. That's how it happened. So the two men attacked each other, with Mr. Rell randomly falling down first. The fact that the order that they attacked each other in varies from the order they fell in doesn't cause a problem for me. However, there's definitely one certain aspect that I'm having trouble swallowing. It's the close range part. Surely it couldn't be that somebody placed them there. No way! Yeah, there's no possible way. I mean, the reason why they don't think that that's the case is because of the bars on the window. Although the window was open, I believe, when we came in here. But it's barred. So I assume that's why the characters don't think that someone else would have been in there, right? Although that probably is the case. One moment. There we go. Just stretch my legs real quick, guys. So yeah, I don't think I got to say it earlier to everybody, but I hope everybody had a great day. Hopefully y'all's Thursdays were good. We're almost to the end of the week already, if you can believe it. Honestly, I'm like surprised it's already Thursday. Just been like non-stop doing stuff this week too, so it's exciting stuff. Exciting stuff. All right, here we go. We want to get to the one where she said that they were in close range. There we go. Same time at close range. We're gonna save here, and then we will come down here. Switch the mouse. There we go. Present. Let's see. What was the thing that had that? Yeah, it was fired from a few yards away. This has got to be the one. And then so I'll present this. Heads up, Domm. No card duty tonight. I'm coughing very bad and not with it. Hey, no problem, Stella. I hope that you kick that cough here pretty quick. But I got it. I appreciate you letting me know. Let's see. There we go. Objection! Objection! So you believe they killed each other at close range? Sorry, but that's impossible. Just that it is written in the crime scene notes. The firing of the handgun did not leave the gunpowder burn on Mr. Rel's clothes. Therefore, Mr. Rel and the gun must have been separated by a distance of at least 2 or 3 yards. Yes, this is by far the biggest contradiction. The two bodies are piled up on top of each other, yet the gun was fired from a distance. And with there being no chance that Mr. Rel moved that far after being shot, that leaves only one possible explanation. What a completely foolish line of foolish thought from a thoroughly foolish fool. If I'm not right, then who was it that made the first move with the intent to kill, huh? Who? The person that attacked the first with the murderous intent. That would be... Oh, here's our options, guys. We have Mr. Faraday, Mr. Rel, or neither man. I'd say neither man. There's got to be a third man. Or the savior, just in case. And we're going to say neither man. Here in this room, contradictions appear no matter which man we claim attacked first. Thus, there can be only one explanation. There was a third person here. It was that third person who killed both Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rel, and set their bodies up to make it look like a double murder. That third person is the real culprit. Miles Edgeworth, there's just one thing you're missing. Evidence, correct? Exactly. Everything you've said up until now is nothing but a story played out in your head. However, there is the one real test. Wait. However, this is where the real test begins. Can you prove that there was a third person involved in this crime? Of course. If a third person was truly here, that fact would resolve the glaring contradiction. The proof that this has all been a setup made to look like they killed each other. I'll present it and lay bare the final piece of the puzzle that's not yet in place. Oh shit, what is it? What? Can I see the puzzle, dude? What is the piece of evidence that proves there's a third person involved? Good question, Ezra. Faraday's fountain pen? I mean, could it be the KG8 incident thing somehow? See from my mentor, reference about KG8. I don't think this mentions either of the victims here. Yeah. Would it be the bag with blood on it? One of the bags strewn on the floor of lobby number 2 has Faraday's blood on it. I don't know how that would prove that there is a third person. I guess I wouldn't know how the bag got blood on it if Faraday died instantly. Fountain pen used by the left-handed Faraday looks like it was it has a quality nib. What proves there was a third person involved? Do we have anything that proves that, Edgeworth? Are you sure about that, dude? Guard duty, other than gunshot, didn't hear the sign of a struggle. Okay, let's look at these crime scene notes a little bit. Remarks about the bodies. Faraday died of a knife stab to the chest. The shock from the stabbing caused instantaneous death. Morrell died of a bullet wound to the chest. There's no gunpowder burn on his clothes, suggesting he was shot from a few yards away. It's possible he was alive for a little while after being shot. I think it's got to be the bag with blood, because I just don't understand how that bag with blood exists without a third person, but it doesn't feel like a strong piece of evidence, you know what I mean? I'm not super confident about this one. Saving it. And take that! Take that! Take that! Take that! Take that. What if I said it like just like super casually? Take that. Take that. Like, I really wonder what it's looking for. Is it like a waveform match? Take that! Take that! Take that! Take that! Take that! Dude, I don't know. I don't know. Fake bat! Baked hat! We need a better one for this one. Take that! Fuck it, I'm clicking it, dude. I hate doing that too many times. It's supposed to get real old real fast. The gun in Mr. Faraday's hand and the plastic bag with its blood on it. Right, okay, yeah, the gun too, because it was the wrong hand, right? That makes sense. These two items point to the presence of a third person. Hey, cat. Breaking Bad? I mean, we can try him. We can try him. I think it just gets old after a while, like shouting something over and over again. Like for me, it's not fun after a while. Like it was funny at first, but now it's just starting to get old, I think, you know. How so? Recall Detective Gumshoe's testimony.
I was in the hallway the whole time, but I didn't hear the single peep of the struggle.
If there wasn't a struggle in this room, then there shouldn't be any plastic bags on the ground. Meaning that someone else must have deliberately scattered them around. Do you not see the possibility in this? Disregarding the gun for the moment, there's a high probability the blood splatter when a knife is used on a person. If the culprits held the knife with a plastic bag around it, they could use the bag to catch any blood splatter from when they withdrew the knife. Then, by spreading a few more plastic bags around, mixing the bloody one with them, and arranging the room to make it look like there was a struggle between the two, they were able to conceal their presence. Wait, hold on. He lost me with the whole plastic bag with the blood thing. Hold on. He says, if you wrap the knife with the plastic bag, when you go to stab him, it'll catch the blood. Like, what? How does that work? Because the knife's stabbing through that plastic, you know? And going into the body, and then you pull it back out, and then what? It's catching blood somehow? Like, I get that blood would come out, but, like, I don't know. The way he described that seemed very unrealistic to me. Like, I don't think that's how it works, Edgeworth, but okay. Ah!
Looks like we've still got a long way to go in this investigation.
Yes. Who was that? Oh, it's this is the defense attorney lady. I don't remember what her name was.
What the heck's up with you, pal?
Mr. Bad, I advise you to place Detective Gumshoe under arrest.
What?
Yeah, what the fuck? Why Gumshoe, dude?
What's the meaning of this?
Ha! Looks like you're not man enough to discipline your own subordinates.
Don't you dare.
That detective claims he was there, standing in front of the door the entire time. But I have it on good authority that it was all a giant lie. Miss you, I ask that you please explain that last statement. I'll let his honor explain it himself.
I saw it with my own eyes, I tell you. During the recess, there was a period of time when there was no one in the hallway. What?
See, Mr. Bad? So I ask you, why would a detective who was supposedly doing his job the whole time want to fabricate such a lie?
Gumshoe, did you kill Faraday? No! Of course not, sir!
There's no way Gumshoe could do that, dude. Like, are you kidding me? Like, there's no fucking way. I can't imagine Gumshoe hurting anybody, dude. It would appear that the one who set this whole crime scene up is that detective. Which basically renders his testimony a complete lie and wholly invalid. Looks like your perfect logic has just come tumbling down, Miles.
I was in the hallway the whole time, but I didn't hear a single peep of the struggle.
Was that statement really a lie?
Detective Gumshoe, you're now a suspect in the murder of 2 men. Now spit out the truth or so help me. I haven't lied to anyone, sir. Honest. I really was there. I was in the hallway the whole time.
Detective Bad, I ask that you please do not act without my permission. After all, I am the one that is heading up this investigation, am I not?
Don't talk like you know what's going on, boy.
All I want is for this investigation to run perfectly. Perfection is the only wish of a disciple of Von Karma, after all. Therefore, before you take Detective Gumshoe into custody, I'd like to set the record straight on something.
And what's that?
What should I ask Detective Gumshoe about?
The motive for the murders, why he wasn't in the hallway, state of the hallway. I think asking why he wasn't in the hallway is not the thing to do. I think that's not going to get us anywhere. Motive for the murders, I don't see him having one. I really don't. So that could be a good one to ask. The state of the hallway would kind of prove to us whether or not he was in the hallway, I guess. So that might be an alright one to ask as well. I want to ask Gumshoe's opinion on the best cup of noodle. He probably would have a pretty nuanced opinion, dude. I bet he's tried them all. Poor guy. Motive for the murders or state of the hallway? I kind of want to go motive for the murders. I don't know if that's going to be the one or not, but we're going to try it. I suppose the only thing I'd like clarified is Detective Gumshoe's motive for committing this crime.
Motive, huh? Gumshoe, you got a grudge against Faraday or anything? No, sir! Not me! Not a single bad thing against Mr. Faraday, sir! Is that a fact?
You really have a problem with lying, don't you, Detective Gumshoe?
I'm telling you, I am not lying!
The more unnatural you act, the more suspicious you become, you know. If you want a motive, Edgeworth, I have one for you right here. Could you please share it with us? However, be forewarned that I won't hesitate to object to flights of fancy. Because all I'm interested in is perfect explanation. I forgot she always laughs at Edgeworth. I forgot about that. You're serious, aren't you? Fine. You amuse me, so I'll humor you with a little courtroom practice. So she's like the sister of the person who died in the original thing, right? Because her name is Yu. And if we look in here, you can see that the victim's name is CCU. So I'm thinking she's definitely related to the victim of the KG8 incident. That seems to be something. Alright, Gumshoe's motive. It was about a week ago. I saw the detective getting chewed out by a livid Faraday in front of the precinct. He stood there, super pale, as Mr. Faraday yelled, "That's a salary cut for you, you nitwit!" A brand new detective suddenly getting his salary cut. That's reason enough for a grudge. Well, how's that for a perfect explanation?
You totally misunderstand me, pal. No matter how mad I get, I could never hold a grudge.
I cannot see Gumshoe holding a grudge. I believe him.
Quiet. We can't trust anything you say. Sir.
There's nothing wrong with the motive she proposed, per se. But there are some gaps in her logic that need to be filled in. Misused perfect explanation may not be so perfect after all.
Rebuttal. It was about a week ago.
Hold it! A week? Hold it!
Brown Betty. There we go, go straight to the hits. A week ago. Then you and Detective Gumshoe are acquaintances. No way. I only met him in person today. Then how did you know about Detective Gumshoe? Oh, I've seen him around before. I saw the detective get chewed out by a livid Faraday in front of the precinct.
Hold it!
Brown Betty. Oh, damn. Brown Betty. There we go. Mr. Faraday was upset. Yeah. And you know what else? Mr. Faraday isn't exactly known to get angry often. But there he was, totally beat red in the face. Ahem. And the offending detective just stood there, pale as a ghost, like he was about to die. Just like the face he's making now, right?
I'm completely innocent, I tell you.
She's so suspicious. She laughs at like everything.
The poor man.
It was quite the scene with the detective. He stood there super pale as Mr. Faraday yelled, "That's a salary cut for you, you nitwit!" Brown Betty. Brown Betty. There we go. You just stood there watching this unfold in front of you. Yeah, I have to say it was really enjoyable too. But that's why when I saw Detective Gumshoe earlier, I knew to steer clear of him.
No way. I thought it was because I had something stuck to my face.
But you do!
Huh? What have I got stuck on my face?
Let's start with your eyes, nose, mouth. Oh, and those ridiculous eyebrows.
Huh?
Oh man, messing with your head is just too much fun. Miss you. If you don't mind, I'd like to return to your testimony now. Sure, why not? A brand new detective suddenly getting his salary cut. That's reason enough for a grudge. Hold it! Brown Betty. Brown Betty. There it is. Poor Gumshoe. I absolutely agree, poor guy. He just gets beat up all the time. He like hardly ever, like, even when he does really good work, nobody recognizes him for it. You know? It's like he'll do something very mildly bad and then he'll get a salary cut, but then he'll do something super great and nobody gives a shit. It's like, poor dude, man. He really, I feel like I get the vibe from him. He really does just want to do a good job. You know, he just wants to be good at what he's doing. He's just, you know, he's not the best, obviously, but he wants to be. He wants to be good, you know? To cut a new detective salary right off the bat like that. I'm not really familiar with the way you guys relate, but is that a common practice?
Speaking of cutting my salary, didn't you threaten to do that to me earlier too?
You did. I suppose I did. That laugh sounds like a Joker laugh. Oh, does it? It's only natural to cut a worthless detective's salary down to their actual worth. My father can even fire anyone, new or old, with a snap of his fingers. Do you think maybe that's reason enough for detectives to hate you people?
Well, I guess they really shouldn't cut people's pay.
Detective Bad, don't tell me Mr. Von Karma cut your salary earlier.
Well, how's that for a perfect explanation? Brown Betty. Brown Betty.
There we go.
You call your explanation perfect. Is it not to your liking? Unfortunately for you, it's just not up to my standards. Oh, and there's something you want me to clarify, and is there something you want me to clarify in that case?
What should I do? Should I raise an objection?
I mean, we got to, because that's one of my rules. All right, if you could clear this one thing up for me. Okay, then we got another list here. How Mr. Faraday was killed. Motive for killing Mr. Rell, Faraday and Gumshoe's relation. I mean, I feel like this one, she's already talked about that a little bit, but... How Mr. Faraday was killed, because he was stabbed. Let's see. Motive for killing Mr. Rell. What would his motive be for killing Mr. Rell? I think his two top ones are pretty good. Let's go with the motive for killing Mr. Rell. I'm gonna try that one. We'll save here real quick. I understand Detective Gumshoe's potential motive for killing Mr. Faraday. However, what about his motive for killing Mr. Rell? His motive for killing Rell? Like I would know. His dick was bigger, that's why he murdered him. It's always because of the dick size. Ryan and I are hanging out. Hey, that's awesome. Welcome in, Shiloh and Ryan. We're glad to have you here. Hopefully you guys are having a wonderful Thursday. It's almost the weekend. Hope you guys are excited for that. We do have community night this weekend, just to let you guys know. I hope you guys will come out and hang out. We got some cool stuff playing. It's not going to be a movie. It's not going to be Jackbox. It's going to be something completely custom, something completely made by Noah. So I hope you guys come out. I want you to step on me. Oh yeah, Papa? And laugh while doing it. Hell yeah, bro. I like that she's got earrings that are like the scales of justice. You know what I mean? They look like little scales. Yeah, that's cool. I like how everybody has like themes like that too in this. We got good news on the new house. How are you? Awesome. Hell yeah. I remember you mentioned the house yesterday. Fuck yeah, that's awesome. More good news then. That is so cool. I bet you guys are just fucking beaming right now. I'd be so happy about that. I'm happy for you. I can't wait till I can get a house too. Oh my gosh, it's gonna be so nice. But I'm doing great. You know, I'm here hanging out with you guys. It's been a good day, so. And it's one step closer to the weekend. I got a jam-packed weekend this weekend as well. I got another interview for a voice acting thing this weekend. We got the community night, Saturday night, Sunday. I'm gonna be doing. I've been meaning to mention this to you guys too. I'm gonna be streaming with Cuddlefish on Sunday. She's doing a stream where she's having a few people join in with her playing some Phasmophobia. So I'll be playing some Phasma with Cuddlefish on Sunday, and then sometime after that, we're gonna be doing our Ace Attorney watch through on Sunday as well. So I got a jam-packed week coming up. So I'm pretty excited. If you had mentioned her earrings, I wouldn't have noticed. Oh yeah. I love the little things in this game. Yeah, me too. I think it's great. Seems like everybody's got something. You just got to find it, you know? Maybe it's in their name, maybe it's in their design. Probably both. Voice acting interview. Whoop, hell yeah. Yeah, it's gonna be pretty cool. It's this one is for a fan dub of this game. I've actually been thinking about putting on my Tuesday votes, but it's called Valhalla, and it's like a cyberpunk thing where it's like you're the person who runs a bar in like this future cyberpunk world, and the whole game is like people come in and talk to you about their life and their problems or whatever, and you're like the bartender. And it's one of those kind of games, like a visual novel type thing, you know, similar to this, I guess, in some ways. But yeah, I tried out to voice one of the characters that come into the bar, so there you go. I get an interview on Saturday for that. And for any of you guys who didn't hear yesterday, I did have an interview yesterday for an Ace Attorney group. They're called Team Turnabout, and they make their own original Ace Attorney content, which is pretty cool. So I might get cast. I still haven't got casted yet. They haven't confirmed, but I might get cast as Lance Amano for that, which we just met Lance in the last mission. So pretty cool. Or last case, I should say. They're not missions, they're cases. But yeah, got some cool stuff going on in the old voice acting world. Oh yeah, and if you guys ever want to check out that Team Turnabout, if you guys really like Ace Attorney stuff, you guys probably would like Team Turnabout. I put it in the, I think it was the video section in the community. Let me see. Yeah, movies, TV, and anime. I posted a link to episode 1 of their Shield of Justice series, if you guys ever want to check that out. That will be what, if I do get the part, that will be the series that I will appear in. Anyways, back to the game. I'm just imagining you standing on Papa now. He's just down there at the bottom. Just like, oh yeah, mommy, step on me. His motive for killing Rel, like I would know. If there was no clear motive for both of the murders, then I doubt this incident would have occurred. Wouldn't you agree? Is there anyone else who might have had a grudge against either of the two men? Or should we look into that ourselves? Oh, in that case, I have absolutely no idea.
What? But that's impossible. She must know something.
Wait! Can you please not glare at me like that? It makes me laugh.
I didn't even do anything, and you're already laughing.
Well, anyway, the way I see it, as long as we had a motive to kill one of the two, this crime would have played out the way it did anyway. Oh, would you care to explain your logic? And this time, please try to provide a truly perfect explanation. Perfect this, perfect that. Stop being so uptight, or is that a requisite trait for that Von Karma? Miles Edgeworth, I demand that you shut up this rude woman.
I wish you'd both be quiet for just 1 second.
Oh well. I guess I'll just have to explain it to you kids. There is no one out there with a motive to kill both Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rel. All I really have to establish is that someone had a grudge against one of the two men. Mr. Rel, who happened to be there, became a witness to Mr. Faraday's murder. Therefore, he was killed out of necessity, and set up to look like they had killed each other. I mean, that was really predictable that she would say that, Ezra. You should have seen that coming, dude.
I wonder if that's really true. Is there no one out there with a grudge against both men? I should take another hard look at the evidence for this morning's case. The second KG-8 incident, as people are calling it, involving an embassy staff member, and the two men who both wound up as suspects in the case. Is there someone else I'm overlooking who is somehow related to them?
Rebuttal. Motive to kill the men. There's no one out there with a motive to kill both Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rel. Brown Betty. There we go. One shot. So there is no one else who might have a grudge against both Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rel. I suppose no one is a bit of a stretch. But I'm pretty sure no one like that was here in this courthouse today.
She's lying through her teeth. We just saw someone like that here earlier.
Besides, you don't need to prove that the killer had a grudge against both men. All you really have to establish is that someone had a grudge against one of the two men. Hold it! Brown Betty. Brown Betty. Hold it! Hold it! There we go, got it. Someone with a grudge against one of the men. In that case, aren't there plenty of other people who fit the bill? Sure. After all, who doesn't garner scorn from another simply by being alive? But the only one who held a grudge that acted upon it at killing was Detective Gumshoe. Wait, who acted upon it by killing was Detective Gumshoe. Nah. Furthermore, Mr. Rell, who happened to be there, became a witness to Faraday's murder. Hold it! Nice, got it. So you're saying that he was basically silenced. Aren't you glad you managed to avoid the same fate, Your Honor? Why, if you had been the one to witness the blood-covered detective...
What? Detective Gumshoe? You would kill even me? What? I could never do something as terrible as that, Your Honor. There's no need for even a second of deliberation. I will...
Your Honor, take a look around. We are not in a court right now. It would be greatly appreciated if you would stay here with us in reality.
Please forgive me. I know not what I do.
And you there, Miss Yu, hurry up and continue with your testimony. If you fail to do so, I'll whip you into shape. That's nice. Sounds kind of fun, actually. Oh, yeah, see, she's into that shit. She's into it, dude. Crispy thinks you could be the murderer. She definitely could. She definitely could. Maybe I'm way off again. I think it could be. It could be. She's definitely... She has, like, some motive because of what I was pointing out earlier, right? Because of the KG8 incident thing. Because CCU was probably, like, her sister or something. So the fact that this whole thing that they were a part of had to do with this case. And so she's definitely got some conflict of interest going on here. So I could definitely see that being the case. So I think that's a valid guess, I'd say. Yeah, they're popping my lady. Hell yeah, she's into it, dude. She wants the whip. See, now she's like invincible because you can't whip her into shape because she likes that. You can't just talk to her because she'll laugh at you. Like, she's really got you, in a corner here. You, like, can't go against her. Anyway, Detective Gumshoe had to erase the witness, Mr. Rell. Therefore, he was killed out of necessity and set up to look like they had killed each other. Hold it! Hold it! I got it. Got you by the schutzpah. There you go. Really got your balls in a blender, if you know what I mean.
I didn't do it, pal.
No hard feelings, but I don't think we can take a word of a criminal seriously.
But I can't even begin to think of ways to set up a crime scene.
I suppose you do like the necessary tactical mind required to do such a thing.
No. Why do you have to kick a man while he's down, pal?
Oh, you shouldn't put yourself down, Detective. You're a big boy. I bet you thought it up all by yourself, right?
Yeah, that's right. And I worked real hard at it, too.
I think this proves one thing about the detective. He has the mental acuity of a worm. I have to admit, her explanation makes sense. However, there is also something she overlooked in her testimony. I should present that piece of evidence and see if I can make her see the truth.
Okay, I missed that. It wasn't obvious to me. Dude, do you guys like it when you, do guys like it when you belittle them? No, I wouldn't think so. Maybe there are guys that do, whatever, to each their own. But I think, on the whole, people, as like a whole, don't like to be belittled. Yeah, not typically, no. Yeah. I think just people in general as well. I think it goes for everybody. I think the thing that ever makes it look like that is it's not the fact that someone's being belittled that would make them attractive. Like, her belittling people doesn't make you attractive. What makes you attractive is how confident she is. And her confidence is making her belittle people. She's using her confidence to do that. And I think that's what's sexy or attractive or whatever, is the confidence that's used to do that. I think that's like where that illusion comes from, because people who are mean are confident, and confident is sexy, And so it can end up like kind of mixing in a weird way where it looks like people who are being cruel are sexy somehow, and it's really not the cruelty that's sexy, it's just the fact that they're willing to do it that actually ends up being sexy, I think. That's why I like Bomb Karma, basically, you know? Like, that's why any attraction for Bomb Karma comes, I think, comes from her confidence, because she's always way too confident in everything she does. When you are in a private hotel room with some whips and fuzzy handcuffs, well, yeah, then maybe someone might ask you to belittle them, I suppose. There definitely are people out there, I guess, I've heard of that are like that, but I don't know. I wouldn't say if you're trying to court a prospective, you know, significant other, Crispy, do not belittle them unless they ask you to. And then at that point, it's okay. But you got to do it with consent. Alright, there's no one out there with the motive to kill both Faraday and Rel. All you really have to establish is that someone had a grudge against one of the two men. Mr. Rel, who happened to be there, became the witness to Mr. Faraday's murder. Therefore, he was killed out of necessity to set up the look like they had killed each other. Okay, and so I'm supposed to present something here. Belittle with consent. Yeah, there you go. Nick is too much of a simp for me. Nick is in Phoenix? Is that what you mean? Or is there a guy named Nick that you know? Is that what you're saying? Or do you mean Phoenix? Let's see. So the evidence I have is kill necessity and set up to look like they had killed each other. You know, let me look at this thing again. Found not guilty. I feel like this is gonna come up, but maybe not now. Because I don't know, because I feel like she says something about, like, all you have to do is establish that someone has motive, and maybe we could say, like, well, you have motive because of this. But I don't know that this says that directly enough for the game to accept it, but we'll circle back around. Here comes she's testimony, which she doesn't even want to listen to that. And Faraday's hand, the bullet that killed Rel was fired from a few yards away. I mean, that just, like, helps her argument to say that it was set up, right? If we present that, that's not good. If Faraday brought this as evidence, it was found in Rel's hand. Then why would he shoot one and then stab the other? Is that part of this? What is this fountain pen gonna have? I think we've already used the fountain pen once, but... Strew on the floor, which has Faraday's blood on it. Nothing's jumping out at me, man. Let's look for her testimony one more time. Therefore, he was killed out of necessity and set up to look like they had killed each other. Mr. Rel, who happened to be there, became a witness to Mr. Faraday's murder. I feel like the big thing there would be who happened to be there. Became a witness to Mr. Faraday's murder. All you really have to establish is that someone had a grudge against one of the two men. I don't have anything that shows that except possibly the KG8 thing, but I don't think it actually shows that. I think I'm jumping to a conclusion there. There's no one out there with a motive to kill both Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rel. Dude, I don't know, man. I am not sure. There's no one out there with a motive to kill both Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rel. All you really have to do is establish that someone had a grudge against one of the two men. Mr. Rel, who happened to be there, became a witness to Mr. Faraday's murder. Therefore, he was killed out of necessity and set up to look like they had killed each other. And there's just, like, nothing that actually goes against any of that. Because they were set up. I mean, that's obvious by, like, it being in his wrong hand and stuff. Suspect discovered immediately after gunshot was heard. Knife stab to the chest. Shot was stabbing instantly killed him. Rel died of a bullet wound to the chest. There was no gunpowder burn on his clothes, suggesting he was shot from a few yards away. It's possible he was alive for a little while after being shot. Yeah, man, nothing's coming to me here. There's like nothing obvious. It's so weird how sometimes it's like super obvious and sometimes like I don't know if it's just me, you know, like it could just be me. I'm just not smart enough to figure it out, but you know? I'll figure it out. Don't worry, guys. Oh wow, can you guys believe it? We might already be getting close to done with this game. Isn't that crazy? There's really not that many cases in this one. Here we are. I have no idea either, so we both don't know. There you go. We are stumped. Alright, let's see. Already gone through a lot of this. Okay, here's where I am. Okay, I was right that it was the KG8 incident thing. Okay, this is like calling on details from last week that I certainly have forgotten. I assume you guys have as well. But it has to do with... First of all, it's on her first statement, so let me go to that really quick. Because she said there's no one out there with a motive to kill both Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rel. And see, I have forgotten details from last week, but... what we're getting shown here is that KG8 incident, Cadopian Embassy staff member Manny Cohen found not guilty. Okay, I still don't understand how this works. Let me read this one more time. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how they expected me to make this. It must have been a detail last week. Because they're saying that Manny Cohen, or Cochin, or whatever, has reason to want them both killed, but why? He was found not guilty, so why does he want them both killed? I guess I don't remember. Because wouldn't it be somebody who wanted him to be found guilty that would have been mad, not the guy himself? I don't understand. It's losing me there. I don't understand that. Maybe that'll make more sense, but I don't understand how I was supposed to think of that. But apparently, Bad had said that this guy was in the viewing gallery watching the trial during the murder. Okay, yeah, I don't... I don't blame myself for not knowing this one. I don't blame myself at all, because that's a weird one, dude. Teeny tiny little details. I have forgotten this morning, right, dude? Like, man, I guess they expect you to play these things all the way through. Phoenix Nick, Fio Nick. I have no idea either about that. Yeah, gotcha. And yeah, I guess I don't understand. Go back to what you were saying earlier, Crispy. How is he a simp? I don't think you know what a simp is. If you're using it on Nick, because I don't know how Phoenix would be a simp. Unless someone can explain to me any behavior he's ever expressed that makes him a simp. I don't... Like, he might be too soft for you, but that's not what a simp is. I think you might not understand exactly what a simp is, but... Because I don't think Phoenix qualifies as a simp at all. He might be like a weakling or something. You might be like too soft, not like a hard ass or something. Like any of those I could understand, but not a simp. Simps like give money to women they like who don't like them back. Like that's what a simp is. When did Phoenix do that? You know? All right, let's present this shit. Get this over with. Objection! Hell yeah, first try. Miss Yu, I believe there is someone who overlooked, or you overlooked in making your statement. Or rather,
Is it because you'd rather not bring this person up? What do you mean? Are you looking for someone with a reason, or we are looking for someone with a reason to kill both Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rell. I can think of at least one person that fits the bill. He was a suspect in the original KG-8 incident. In the memory of the Cadopian Embassy staff, Mr. Manny Cochin. She does not look like it gave her the whole like ... exclamation point, but like she did not look surprised at all by that. Doesn't he buy Maya food? That doesn't make him a simp. I guess he doesn't like her though. Right, yeah, because a simp is all about like worshiping someone and getting nothing in return. Like just buying a woman something doesn't make you a simp. Like every person in the world would be a simp because we've all bought someone something, you know? There's a lot more to it than just that, you know what I mean? You have to like be obsessed with the person and you have to receive nothing back from that obsession. And maybe there's even some sort of like idea that one of these times you're gonna do something nice for that person and they're gonna give you, I don't know, some sort of sexual or romantic sort of transaction there, and it still doesn't happen or whatever. Like that's like the definition of a simp. What's the modern equivalent to noob? I think it's still noob. Maybe we spell it N-E-W-B now. I see it spelled more like that more often than the N-O-O-B, but I think people still use noob. There probably is like a new one. Like, I know people use scrub sometimes instead of noob, so maybe scrub is a new one, even though scrub is like back from the 90s, right? I don't want no scrub. Scrub is the guy that can't get no love from me, you know? Like, it's actually a super old word, but I think it's what people are using now more often than noob, so maybe it's flip-flopping or whatever. But I don't know. Anybody else got any input on that one? What are we using now instead of noob? Anything? I know I still say noob, so, but maybe I'm just an old man. All right. That's right. The very man who came to visit you earlier out in the hallway. The man who killed a member of the Cadopian Embassy staff, Mr. Rell. And the man who was the lead prosecutor of the KG-8 incident, Mr. Faraday. Are you telling me that Mr. Cohen has no reason at all to kill both of these men? Okay. Okay, that made a little bit more sense, because I realized that Faraday was the prosecutor, so Faraday lost that case, but he was still, like, against Manny Cohen. Okay. See, it's these small details that make it hard to, like, jump to the conclusion they wanted me to jump to, because I couldn't think of that tiny detail of, like, oh, he still would be mad because he's a prosecutor, I guess. It's just like, well, shit. Why would you be mad at a prosecutor that lost? You know? It's a little weird, right? Scrub, noob, fool. Oh, I haven't heard people use fool, but okay, I can see that. Why not? I do, it seems like people a lot of times talk about, like, making kids cry. I feel like that's sort of like, in a way, like, in the essence of, like, the word noob. God damn gnat. It's so weird, because I'll be sitting here all day and the gnat doesn't bother me. It's when I'm streaming that he comes by. I fucking hate this gnat, dude. I'm gonna fucking kill him. Anyways, yeah, I was saying that I think, yeah, people talk about, like, making kids cry and talking about they're playing against children sometimes. But I think they actually mean that, though. But, I mean, I guess a child is sort of a representation of a new person, right? They're new to this world, probably new to the video game, I don't know. So maybe there's some similar energies there, you know? Because it used to be like, oh, we're poning noobs, but now we're making kids cry, or whatever, online. Like, people say that kind of thing now. Are you telling me that Mr. Cochin has no reason at all to kill both of these men? Well, I suppose he might have a reason or two. You covered for me, pal. This is why Gumshoe ends up having such an admiration for Edgeworth, because Edgeworth comes to his savior or whatever. Maybe you're not such a bad guy after all. Don't get ahead of yourself. I'm actually a pretty bad guy. You're still a suspect. Make no mistake about that. The perfect evidence, the perfect testimony. These are the only things I wish to hold. But I didn't do it! You'll stay under my authority and go investigate Mr. Manny Cochin for me. And remember, I will not be very forgiving should any of... You want to investigate Cochin? You'd just be wasting your time.
And why is that?
Coachman was up in the viewing gallery watching the trial. And so I was told.
Why does he like bug his eyes out like that?
Coachman was up in the viewing gallery.
Well, that hurt me. Hasn't Gumshoe been accused of murder before? Maybe briefly? I don't remember. Hasn't he been accused of murder before? I don't remember if he has. It sounds like something they would do in the games, though, so I wouldn't be surprised if he had. But I can't think of when it was. Huh. But maybe. If you can think of the time, Crispy, remind me.
Every cop in this place has been keeping an eye out on the guy ever since he arrived.
Then the only real suspect we have is still Detective Gumshoe. I suppose so.
No way! Come on, Detective Bad! You've got to believe me, sir! I really was in that hallway the whole time, sir! I never took a single step into the room, sir! Okay. Then are you saying there was someone else who passed through the hallway? No. There was no one else, sir. Then why should I believe you didn't do it?
That is one incredibly foolish detective. Standing right in front of a crime scene all by himself. It's as good as a confession of guilt.
I have to admit, it's a bit strange. Most criminals will fabricate some sort of lie to escape their crimes. If that detective really wanted to prove that he is an innocent, you'd think he would at least... You'd think he would at the very least offer up I spaced out while on duty, or the like.
Come on, Gumshoe. Time for your interrogation. Aw, man. Detective Bad.
She's got like the perfect bummed out animation. Just like that. Oh. I love it. Miles Edgeworth. I will go on ahead and report this to Papa.
And that, as they say, is that. Right, everyone?
So weird seeing the judge actually like walking around. Like what? Probably misremembering, but never mind. I think it definitely could have happened. I just don't remember. But I certainly don't. There's a lot I've forgotten, you know, in like my, what has it been, like a year and a half of playing Ace Attorney? Well, I suppose we should both be getting back to our real jobs now, huh? Before we do, Miss Yu, there was something I'd like to speak with you about. What is that? I guess she's giggling still. Hee hee hee. Hee hee hee.
You look at the bodies again really quick.
So have set these two men up and make it look like they killed each other. If there's one thing I cannot forgive, it's the desecration of the dead. Oh, he's fucking mad, bro. The television has been left on to preserve the crime scene, of course. And it will stay on until the police are finished with their investigation. Do they think nothing of saving electricity? How bothersome. I'm wearing the same pair of pants all week. Is this normal? Everyone has been accused of murder at least once. Yeah, pretty much. That's definitely true. I guess Francesca hasn't yet. But at some point, she probably will be. But the same pair of pants all week? Huh. I mean, I think I've done that before. I don't think it's that bad. Maybe just don't make a habit of it. But I mean, if you haven't done anything with them to, I guess, make them dirty, I guess it's probably okay. But I don't know. Maybe it depends on what you're doing in the pants, I guess, right? A pleasant breeze is blowing through this window. If only I could exchange it with the stifling atmosphere of this crime scene. It's Mr. Faraday's bag. The evidence for this trial of the embassy staff's murder is there. If things had gone smoothly, they would now be mine. Including the two weapons in this double murder, the knife and the gun, I suppose.
Everything is neat and tidy on the top of the table with not a single disturbance in sight. Everything is neat and tidy? Yeah, okay. Let's just talk to you now. They aren't dirty, so I didn't know if it was fine. I hear some people never wash their jeans, for example. Well, never wash their jeans? That's interesting. I've heard of people who wash their jeans, like, after a week of use. I guess I hadn't thought about that, but I used to have a roommate in college that would do that. They'd wear the same jeans all week, and then they would, like, switch it for the next week, I guess, and that's how they did it. Like, I'll wear jeans twice in a row or whatever. Or sometimes I just wear, like, because I usually just wear, like basketball shorts most of the time. And I have, like, 5 or 6 pairs of, like, the same shorts, so they're, like, they all look the same, so I bet I've worn the same pair of those quite a few times. But anyway, since I wear shorts a lot, like, I'll just put on pants just to go out, and as soon as I come back, I take them off. So sometimes I use pants like jackets, to be honest. I have a pair of joggers that I'll just, like, throw on just to go outside and then come back in and just immediately take them off, just because, I don't know, I guess I like leaving the house with pants on for some reason. I don't know. Maybe that's weird. I guess it's more like just for in the winter and stuff, you know, when it's cold out. So, what do you want to ask me about? We're going to ask her about the KG-8 incident. The current case of the murdered Cadopian Embassy staff member. I've heard that people have begun calling it the second KG-8 incident. Only among you law enforcement types. And, what about it? I'd like for you to tell me everything you know about the original KG-8 incident. I'm afraid I can't help you. I don't know anything beyond what was reported in the papers. No, I believe you know much more, since you are directly tied to the KG-8 incident. I'd appreciate it if you'd stop with these false accusations. Baseless outbursts are useless, both inside and outside the courtroom, don't you know? I do. But I also know that I do have a leg to stand on here. Think you could stop making that ultra-serious face in front of me? Nah. If you could please stop laughing for just 1 second. I'm not going to make any headway like this. Just going to have to show her exactly how related to the KG-8 incident she is. All right, you know what that means, guys. It means we gotta present. The overview. And I don't mean I'm wearing them to bed. Right, yeah, I guess I would not have assumed that, yeah. Because if you're wearing them to bed, I feel like that would be more of a reason to say that they're dirty, right? At least for me. I know I sweat when I sleep sometimes, so I would assume that the sweat got into the pants if you're wearing, like, jeans. But I can't imagine sleeping in something like jeans anyways, or even long pants. Like, I'm not even a pajama pants guy. I can't do that. I have to be, like, almost naked while I'm sleeping. Like in Big Hero 6, I go front to back to front, inside out, back to front to back. We're talking about underwear, Papa. yeah, different type of pants, I guess. Not the British UK pants. We're talking about trousers at this point, right? Which, that's an interesting thing, Crispy. Do you guys normally call them trousers over there, or do you guys call, like, jeans pants, or do you call jeans trousers? Because I know in the UK, from what I've heard from those guys, I guess pants are only like underwear to them. So is that the same way in Australia? All right, anyways, let's present this evidence, shall we? Miss Yu, I believe that I have proof of your connection to the KG-8 incident. That file is your proof? Very well, then. Why don't you tell me exactly how I'm related to the KG-8 incident? Okay, let's see. Through the suspect, through the victim, through the lead prosecutor, through the victim. Pretty sure it was victim. Let's save just in case I'm wrong. I think old guys would call their long pants trousers, but I never hear anyone else say it. Oh, okay, gotcha. Okay, that's probably similar to what it is in America, because there are some people in America who call them trousers too. But for the most part, from what I read online, because after I had that conversation with, I think it was with Aaron, I looked it up a little bit, and from what I've seen in the fashion industry, apparently, for like everywhere except for like 2 countries, trousers are a type of pants.
So they're like a special stitching and stuff, like pattern that you can have of pants, like jeans or whatever. So like trousers are a specific thing. While in like the UK, and I think there was at least one other country, I can't remember what the other country was, to them, trousers are all pants are trousers, and all pants are underwear, or whatever. Which I thought that was interesting, because I had no idea, because in my entire life, I've always thought of trousers as a specific type of pants. I was like, that's just interesting. And it's also interesting that Australia doesn't do that, because I feel like you guys do pull a lot of stuff, right? Like the whole chips thing and stuff is in Australia as well, so it's cool to find out where the lines are drawn, you know? Anyways, through the victim. Your connection to the KG-8 incident is through the victim. The victim's name is CCU. You will note that she has the same last name as you, which is you. Can you really still tell me that, with a straight face, that you are not related to this case?
Sorry, but we're not related.
What?
Just kidding. You asked that question with such a serious look on your face. I couldn't help it.
Yes, you, or Miss You. I ask that you please tell me the truth.
All right. I'll tell you everything I know.
Okay, we're gonna ask her again about the KG-8 incident. I like the music change.
As you guessed, the one who reported the smuggling activities of the Amano group was my sister, CCU.
As I thought.
And she was killed right before she was to testify at the impending trial. By Manny Cochin. But because he was tried once and was acquitted, he gets to live out the rest of his cushy life, completely carefree.
All because of a lack of evidence.
No. I heard that the evidence to convict him did exist.
What?
I heard it from Mr. Faraday himself after Mr. Cochin's trial was over. Apparently a man in black made off with the most important evidence, or the most important piece of evidence.
Then the evidence had been tampered with.
Isn't it just like a criminal to do something like that? The smuggling ring being run out of the Amano group by one of its secretaries. They bailed Mr. Cochin out. Turns out, they were in league with each other all along.
How big was that smuggling ring? Was it a large operation?
I don't really know. Which is why I wanted to become the lead defense on this case that people are calling the second KG-8 incident. But I haven't learned anything new at all. I was probably expecting too much, I know.
You mean you think this case has nothing to do with the smuggling ring?
I don't know what to think.
I'm gonna ask her about Manny Cochin. Why did Mr. Cochin want to meet with you earlier?
Actually, he came to watch the trial. Apparently he only found out that I was the defense lawyer on this case after he'd arrived. He figured he should say hi, and one other thing. Looks like you couldn't resolve anything this time either. Too bad.
Oh damn, that's like a slap to her face, right? What's that supposed to mean?
Oh boy, stop it with a scary face already. I'm fine, really. I gave him a good slap across the face.
The way she talks about slapping him as she laughs away is kind of creepy.
But it's just as Mr. Bad said. He's not related to the double murder. I asked around and people in the gallery claimed that he was in his seat the entire time. Talk about cruel fate. Well, this is about all I know. Sorry. Guess I wasn't much help, huh?
That's not true. I'm sorry I made you recall such a painful time in your life.
Edgeworth, you really are too serious for your own good. You really need to learn to relax. You wouldn't want to die of stress, would we? Thank you for the advice, but there's no need to worry. I work in my own way, and I will catch this criminal in my own way as well. You'll see. Look at you with your game face on, ready to go. I'm making no such face. Did you know laughter is the best medicine, Edgeworth? Don't you get tired of making such a serious face all the time? I'm charged with making sure that all of the criminals of this world are found guilty. I have no need for laughter. And on that note, I don't think we have ever seen Edgeworth laugh, have we? There you go, making that face again. Oh well. I've got to get going. I still have a few loose ends I need to tie up.
The KG8 incident and this murder investigation. It is my belief that these two cases are related to each other somehow. Plus, the detective, Detective Gumshoe. It's obvious he's lying, even though the lie is hurting his chances. Clearly, this case is far from over. Whether or not that detective is the murderer can only be determined once I've completed my perfect investigation. Mr. Von Karma, I swear to uphold your honorable name, or my name isn't Miles Edgeworth.
Edgeworth is edgy as fuck. Hell yeah, bro. He is. Oh, we're saving. Oh, wrong button. I gotta say, it's been pretty nice having the 2 pedals now. I got 6 buttons by my feet. And for this stream, it makes it a dream because I can switch to my inner voice or I can switch to Dola's voice. And I even have this I haven't used. I can also do a bleep sound. Looks like we got a little save intermission. Shall we, Oh, no, we're good. We're good. We got it. I was going to play something fun, but we're good. We're continuing on. All right, so we're in this main lobby here. Oh, shit, look at the drinking fountain. That guy was drinking from it so much he broke it, I guess. And now there's a cop over there trying to figure it out. Got a cop in the top right. He's just sleeping on that couch back there. One of them's looking at the model. And we got Gumshoe in the bottom right, huffing and puffing. All right, September 10th, 4:45 p.m., District Court, 3rd floor lobby. Sir, what is to become of the trial into Cadopian Embassy staff member's murder?
Indeed, since both the suspect and the prosecutor are now dead. The case will be dismissed. In other words, the trial ends here prematurely.
Ha! Looks like you'll have to wait just a bit longer for your big debut.
I suppose it can't be helped. The evidence for this trial will be transferred to you in a little while.
Sir, what do you think about the murder of the Cadopian Embassy staff member? And the murders of Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rell?
What an outrageous circus it's all become. That Faraday brought it upon himself with his naivete.
An outrageous circus. Right, sir.
I grow weary of this topic. Edgeworth, I will have you assigned to a different case.
Papa! You'll come and watch my courtroom debut next, won't you?
I'll consider it.
Sir, if I may, please allow me to continue with my investigation.
Whatever for?
I know that there is already a suspect in the murder of Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rell. However, there's not enough evidence to prove that it was he who committed the crime. I'd like to continue investigating in order to find the perfect proof of his guilt.
The perfect proof? Don't make me laugh. A worthless person like you has no right to claim such a thing as perfection.
Aw, damn, dude. What the fuck?
Papa? Who do you think is the real culprit behind these murders? Miles and I were competing to see who can find the real killer first. Plus, being able to investigate a real crime scene is a really rare opportunity. It would give us some real-life experience, wouldn't you agree?
If you want to investigate this case that much, then do as you wish.
Then you're allowing us to continue.
In court, your top priority is to win, and a solid investigation is one of the keys to winning. We have to make sure you become recognized as a first-rate prosecutor, don't we? It wouldn't be very interesting otherwise. I'm returning home now. Edgeworth, Francesca, see to it I'm not disturbed, save for the results of your competition.
Yes, sir. Of course, Papa.
Francesca, thank you.
What are you thanking me for? Your logic earlier was built on that scruffy detective's lie. That means that the competition is still on.
Yes, just as you wished.
I couldn't let you get off so easily. Now then, let's see how well you fare on the investigation from here, Miles Edgeworth.
I know I don't have enough information yet, so my first order of business will be to question anyone involved with this case.
Oh, we got Francesca as our partner. How cute. Look at little Franzi. She's so adorable, dude. All right, I need to go grab, I got a Gatorade. I'm going to grab that really quick, and I'll be right back. I'm going to go ahead and use the restroom and use this kind of time as our brief break in the middle of the stream. So if you guys need to get up, stretch, get yourself something to eat, drink, whatever, it's a good time for that. So yeah, be back in just a minute or two. Don't go away.
Monday, Undertale. Tuesday, Finding Paradise. Wednesday, Spyro Reignited Trilogy.
It's nighttime, Noah. Time for horny posting. Time for horny posting. Noah After Dark.
Thursday, Edgeworth Investigations.
Hold it! Hold it! Hold it!
Confetti.
Friday, Yakuza 0.
That's a big, juicy secret. Oh my god, what this girl's freaky, guys. Damn. Yeah? Okay then.
Monday, Undertale. Tuesday, Finding Paradise.
All right, we're back. Thank you, everybody, for sticking around. I appreciate you guys. All right, without further ado, let's go. You know what? Let me take a swig of my Gatorade. I brought it over here, and I didn't even drink any of it. Oh, shit. Come on. There we go. That thing was fucking closed, dude. Yum-y. Best of all, there's no caffeine in here. All right, let's see. Let's go ahead and talk with you again, I guess. We just got done talking to her. Miss you.
No, it's you, Edgeworth.
And who are you?
Wait, were you at the crime scene just now? You were at the crime scene just now, weren't you? You should be disbarred for not knowing who I am. I am Francesca von Karma, and I am about to become the successor to the family name. About to? I guess that means that for now you're still just another kid.
Thank you, Crispy. I appreciate you.
In which case, it's only natural that I didn't know who you are. What?
Whoosh. Why are you whipping me?
Anyway, it looks like they're planning to hold the evidence a bit longer. If there's one thing I can't stand, it's waiting.
I'm terribly sorry, but I have just a few more questions to ask you.
Look at you, eyebrows scrunched with lines on your forehead. And that to ask of you?
What exactly is so funny?
Sorry, I'm just bad at dealing with a super serious atmosphere.
Apparently, they failed to teach you proper behavior at a crime scene in law school.
Whew. I feel much better now. So, what was it that you want to talk about?
I'd like to inquire as to where you were at the time of the murder.
We were in the defendant lobby number 1 the whole time, up until we heard the gunshot. And by we, I mean Mr. Bad. If you don't believe me, feel free to ask him yourself.
You were with Detective Bad. Why?
We had a little something to discuss, that's all.
That seems suspicious. We can ask her about Detective Bad.
He's bad.
So I take it that you are acquaintances with Detective Bad?
Yeah. We used a detective, yeah, he was the detective in charge of the KG8 incident.
Detective Bad is also related to that incident.
That's right. He was the one who was supposed to protect my sister, Cece. But you know how that turned out, don't you, Mr. Edgeworth?
Miles Edgeworth!
I have no idea what you two are talking about. I've heard of the KG8 incident from my papa. But how does that case relate to you, Miss Yu? The victim of that case, CCU, was my little sister. You're making that super serious face again. I'm fine. Really. I just make it a point to rub some more salt on the wounds at Pride every week.
In his wounded... Oh, sorry.
I just make it a point to rub some more salt in his wounded pride every time I see him.
The way she talks about doing that as she laughs away is kind of creepy.
Oh, speaking of Mr. Bad, he and Mr. Faraday, I'd say they met up just about every single time that Yatagarasu made a move. It was practically a given that the two would meet up at every one of the crime scenes.
I see. He did mention that he is in charge of the Yatagarasu investigation earlier.
Maybe I should ask her about what she knows about the Yatagarasu in more detail.
Time of the murder is what we're going to ask her about next. You claim that at the time of the murder, you were with Detective Bad.
But don't you lawyers always discuss the trial with your clients during a recess? We do, and that's what I was planning to do. But Mr. Faraday was being rather threatening, and he dragged Mr. Rell away. After that, Mr. Bad came into lobby number 1, so we just stayed there and talked.
And what did you talk about with Detective Bad?
Nothing interesting. He just insulted him some. I just insulted him some. Talked about how the trial was going, and then I insulted him some more.
Bloody. When she's not laughing, her mouth seemingly spews nothing but insults.
Anyway, Mr. Bad and I were in defendant lobby number 1 when the murders occurred. So I really can't tell you anything about the hallway or lobby number 2.
I see.
Okay, we're gonna ask her about Mackerel. I'd like to ask you a few questions about your client, Mr. Mackerel. Now, your client first claimed to be the Yatagarasu, is that correct? Yeah. Once I heard that it was the he was the Yatagarasu. Wait, once I heard that she did say it. Once I heard that it was the Yatagarasu that had made off with the evidence from KG8, I began to ask Mr. Rel all sorts of questions, but to no avail. Turns out Mr. Rel was not the Yatagarasu. He had just made that up. He made it up? Mr. Rel's crime was caught on tape by the security cameras. But there is no footage of him sneaking into the Kodopian embassy itself. Hold on for just 1 second. Then, you mean to say that you knew that he was not the real Yatagarasu? And that he was just another cold-blooded killer? And you were ready to defend him? Yes, that's right. I see. So a defense lawyer is actually just someone whose job it is to cover for criminals. Well, that's... Come on, Ezra, that's not okay, dude. What the fuck? Why do they always look at the law, like, one-sidedly? I mean, I know this is, like, old Edgeworth, too, so, like, new Edgeworth probably wouldn't say something like that, but still, though. It's almost funny that this younger Edgeworth is talking about getting to the truth all the time, because the first game of Phoenix Wright, it seemed like because he went against Phoenix and lost, he realized that what was more important was the truth. Like, he had to realize that then. And it's just interesting that he, like, still uses this wording now, even though the way we were introduced to him was that he was always about just getting the guilty verdict, right? The perfection part, which he still has that here, but he also talks about getting the truth, which I guess is sort of like the seeds of how he'll change later, I guess. That's why defense lawyers are so detestable, but they are no match for us von Karmas. I don't believe it, you're serious. Why don't you save that face for something really worth being serious about? And Edgeworth, do you remember what I said earlier? I have my own agenda. I'm still on the hunt for leads regarding the KG8 incident, all right? And for that, you have not a single qualm about defending a known killer. Don't put words in my mouth. I said no such thing. I keep forgetting that Edgy is younger here too. Yeah, right? He doesn't look any different. Yeah, the only thing that makes him stand out as different is his jacket and his vest. Because notice he doesn't have his black vest on. You know, he's got the blue and gold one, and he's got all the extra stuff on his lapels. This is the suit that he has on his office wall. That's like the only indicator we have. Otherwise, his face and everything, you're right. He looks exactly the same. He ages very well. The only way I had to get close to Mr. Rel was to be his lawyer. I had no intention of covering for him ever. So don't you dare suggest I was going to. I'm sorry. Forgive my rashness. Yeah, it's like, really, it's a shitty thing to say no matter what. Edgeworth. Because it makes it look like Edgeworth knows less about, like, how the law works. If he thinks that defense lawyers are just trying to cover up for guilty people. Like, they're not. Like, everybody deserves a good defense, you know. Sometimes people aren't guilty, Edgeworth, for fuck's sake, dude. All right, we're gonna ask her about the Yatagarasu. Miss Yu, I was wondering if you could tell me about the Yatagarasu. The Yatagarasu, huh. I don't really know much about that character myself. But I do get a lot of consultation requests from companies to defend them. Requests from companies? The Yatagarasu isn't some petty thief out for money, you know. All right then. Perhaps the Yatagarasu is in the business of stealing people's lives. You're not very funny or witty, are you, little Miss Von Karma? I don't think she ever wanted to be funny. Francesca, be careful about who you whip. Choose carefully or you'll be sued by... I couldn't be a lawyer. I don't think I could either. I'm right there with you. There. I chose carefully, just like you wanted. That just now was hilarious, little missy. Of course it was.
She figured out what makes you laugh, apparently.
What is wrong with these two women? Why does my pain give them delight?
I think that makes them sadists, right? She gets pleasure from other people's pain.
And so in the end, was it the Yatagarasu? I have to say, I never even heard of this thief when I was in Germany. Yatagarasu deals in information, namely in digging out dirt about backroom dealings and the like of companies. The Yatagarasu is a vigilante who steals such info and then makes it public for all to see. Vigilante or not, this person sounds like just another criminal to me. I suppose you could put it that way, too. But either way, I get a lot more clients now thanks to that thief.
Sounds like Miss Yu is profiting nicely. Suppose I've gotten all I can out of Miss Yu. I should move on and speak with Detective Gumshoe now.
Well, thanks for letting me know what to do, game. Appreciate that. Hey, it's Jesse. I just watched Twitch Rivals. It was super cool to watch. Oh, cool. Nice. What were they playing in Twitch Rivals? I think that's like a head-to-head thing, right? That they do with different streamers or something? Forgive me. I'm not that up with the Twitch stuff. But I think it's something like that, right?
Detective Gumshoe.
Hey, it's you, pal. You're here. Youch!
As am I.
I don't think you needed to whip him to let him know that.
I didn't do it, pal. I swear my honor as a detective. I really didn't.
Your words are useless. I place my trust only in the evidence, Detective. Once the investigation is fully over, and we should find out that you are the killer, there will be no mercy to be had for you.
Have a heart, pal.
But you're not worried, right? After all, you have nothing to worry about if you really are innocent, that is.
That's right. Hey, pal. Go and do your perfect investigation and get the real killer for me, will you?
I would have done so even had you not requested me to, Detective.
That's funny. It's like, I can't let you think that I'm doing this for you. You know, let me go ahead and make that clear. I'm going to watch Ryan play and chill with Bubby. See you guys tomorrow. Sounds good, Shyla. You guys have a good night. We'll see you tomorrow for some Yakuza. All right, now we're going to ask him, I guess we'll start with motive for murder. It's on top. So you and Mr. Faraday had a small meeting last week, did you? And what exactly did you... exactly what did you do to make him so angry?
I just asked Detective Bad the same thing myself, pal. Turns out he was mad at me because of my very first day as a detective. I reported in at my usual post instead of my criminal affairs department. By the time I got down to criminal affairs, I was really, really late. And that's when he gave me that huge speech.
I remember doing the same exact thing in elementary school. On the first day of school, every year, I'd always wind up going to my old classroom.
How pathetic for the detective to be compared to a mere school child.
Yeah, it was Minecraft, and they did a lot of head-to-head stuff. Oh, it was Minecraft. That's interesting. Cool. Sounds like it'd be pretty cool. I'd like to be involved in that one day, perhaps. Who knows? All right, it's gonna go with during the recess.
You claim to be standing guard in front of the door to lobby number 2 during the recess. However, sorry, one sec. However, when did you receive the order to do so, and from whom?
Earlier at around 3:20, in from Detective Bad, pal. Today's trial took a really crazy turn. So I was told to make sure nothing happened to Mr. Faraday.
And yet, something did happen to him, correct? It looks like it was a total waste of manpower to assign you to guard duty.
Ow! Your words sting worse than your whip does. pal?
I don't know why. I hate when they talk slow. Got a lot of content creators to play in a turf war like thing. Oh, that's interesting. That's pretty cool. Maybe I'll have to check out some clips of that.
So it was Detective Bad who ordered him to stand guard. Huh.
Okay, we're gonna go with next step.
Now then, Detective Gumshoe, is there anything else you'd like to tell me?
Nope. Not a thing, pal.
In that case, allow us to take a look at what you are carrying in your personage.
Ah! Wait! You can't do that! That's my dick!
There's nothing of any particular value here.
Well, my handcuffs and pads are confiscated by Detective Bad, so, you know.
What is that open envelope I see sticking out of your coat pocket?
Ah! Hands off, pal!
Just show it to us already!
Whip! Youch!
Annual bonus check within $5 total. Except there is no check inside.
You've had your look. Now give it back, pal. It's my first bonus as a brand new detective. I just got it and cashed it today. I had literally no cash on me until I did, you know.
He cashed a $5 check like immediately because it's the only money he has. Oh man, Gumshoe dude. I wish I could give him 20 bucks or something. Poor guy. Just take it out already. Fine. Unzips. Zip.
So that envelope is really special to me. Now give it back.
You don't need rubbish like this. Don't worry. We'll throw it away for you later.
How could you?
Annual bonus envelope. Is that somehow gonna come up? I guess it's... I don't know. Is that gonna be evidence for something? They gave him a bonus for something, right? So that could be evidence for something. Means that he did a good enough job at some point, I guess? I don't know. We'll see.
Oh, I'm sorry, but I need to take him in for questioning now.
I think I've asked him just about everything I needed to. No, wait. Since he became a suspect, there is one piece of evidence I should reconfirm.
Officer, I ask that you wait a second. I still have one thing I'd like to reconfirm with Detective Gumshoe.
Understood, but please make it brief, sir.
I want to hear it from the horse's mouth. I must confirm whether or not his testimony about when the crime occurred is the truth.
Alright, well then why didn't we ask him before? Oh, because we gotta present it to him.
You told me earlier that you heard no sound other than the gunshot out in the hallway. Is that correct?
No mistake about it, pal.
Then you are also claiming that no one passed through the hallway either. Is that also correct?
Yup. Not even a single ant passed through that hall while I was on duty.
Actually, I think we have evidence that a single ant did crawl through the hallway, because didn't we see ants or something? I mean, maybe I'm mixing games up, but I think we saw ants in the hallway. I think I remember that. Do you realize that the lie you're telling is only making life more difficult for yourself?
Huh? Oh. But it's true! I didn't see anyone go through the hallway, and I didn't hear anything else, pal. I bet the killer found a way to kill the two guys I bet the killer found a way to kill the two guys that's beyond what I can even imagine.
Nope. Wrong button. Hold on.
So he intends to continue telling this ridiculous lie. But why would he do so given the situation he's in? I believe a thorough investigation of the hallway in front of the defendant's lobbies is in order.
Let's do it. Oh, and there's Kay! Little baby Kay.
Ack, you!
Did she just kick him? Kay just came up and just kicked Edgeworth in the back of the knee? What the fuck, dude? After he gave her $1 earlier and everything? What the hell? Why would she do that? What the hell, Kay? Such an ornery little girl. I mean, I wonder if she even knows her dad's dead yet. I don't know. Rasp? Was she like spit? I don't, what is that supposed to be?
How could you have not noticed that coming?
Wasn't that the child I changed money for earlier?
Nice! That's exactly what I needed.
Kids.
Or kids can sometimes be so cruel.
It looks like she dropped something.
A Swiss roll. Oh, that's probably what she bought with the money, right?
Maybe we should arrest the girl. She might turn out to be a valuable lead.
I believe some sort of punishment may be needed to be dealt the next time we meet. And what kind of punishment would that be? A stern talking to? Now listen here, you little girl.
I believe I've asked all that I need of this man. Now, for the detective Bad and the judge. We have to confirm who is correct, the judge or that scruff face, right? I suppose we should inspect the hallway in front of lobby number 2 next, then.
I suppose so. Shall we head over, Francesca? Let's do it. Oh, isn't that like over here behind this bench? I thought maybe it was this one. There we go. See, there's ants. I was right. There is ants in the hallway. Sure he said that on purpose. Oh, 1 sec. Ooh, back popped. Feels good. All right, September 10th, District Court, hallway.
So, did you see anything else? No, I don't think so. I see. Well, thanks for your cooperation. It's nothing. Just doing my duty as a defender of the law. That'll be all for now. I'll ask again if I have any other questions. Anytime, Detective. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a few loose ends I have to tie up. I have to go talk to a man about a horse. Oh, you're that new prosecutor Mr. Von Karma recommended, right?
My name is Miles Edgeworth, Your Honor. And I'm Manfred Von Karma's daughter, Francesca Von Karma. I'm set to become the successor to my genius father any day now, Your Honor.
I see. New Mr. Ah!
I didn't get to read any of that.
I bit my tongue.
He bit his tongue? What the hell? Oh, you all right, Your Honor?
Please feel free to refer to me as just Miss Von Karma, Your Honor. As for him, just Edgeworth is fine.
Why not Miles?
Apparently somebody doesn't feel that I'm worthy of a proper title.
Oh, very well then. I shall call you Miss Von Karma, and you Prosecutor Edgeworth.
Your Honor, Mr. Edgeworth is fine, sir. Now, about your earlier testimony.
Yes? What about it, Mr. Edgeworth?
I'd like to ask you a few questions about what exactly you saw.
All right. After all, it's my duty to clarify my testimony as a defender of the law.
I greatly appreciate your cooperation, Your Honor.
Now, the first thing I will need to do is figure out that detective's exact movements.
Beginning the investigation.
Okay, so let's talk to the judge. We're already holding him up.
Your Honor, I'd like to ask you a few questions if you don't mind. Where were you at the time of the murder?
Do you suspect me of something?
No, nothing of the sort, Your Honor.
Very well. You may continue with your testimony.
Your Honor, it's your testimony I'm after.
Oh, I had no idea you were chasing after me or my testimony.
I'm beginning to sense that I might want to avoid being in a trial run by this judge.
Well, you're not going to avoid it, bud. It's not going to happen. All right, 1 sec. Let me switch to seated mode real quick. it's coming back. Give it a sec. There it is. Must be a loose cable somewhere. Make sure I got my buttons under my feet. Yeah, we're good. All right. Time of the murder is what we're about to ask him about.
Let's see here. Now then, how should I put this? When you get to be my age, you need to pay more frequent visits to the restroom. If you go take a look through the window at the end of this hall, you'll see a small window. That is the window to the men's restroom.
Oh, the one across the way there?
In other words, you can see clearly into this hallway from the men's restroom.
That seems like a horrible place to have a window. You can see straight into the restroom? Doesn't that seem weird?
When I was going into the restroom, that detective, Gumshoe, is it? Well, he was standing in front of the vending machines buying something from it. However, and this I couldn't believe, when I was about to exit the restroom, there was not a soul in the hallway anymore.
Your Honor, if you could please calm down and explain it to me rationally.
Oh, I'm really sorry. Please, let me regain my composure. It was really suspicious. That's what my finely honed judge intuition said. Although, well, until the murders occurred, I just sort of brushed it off.
Apparently, this judge doesn't understand the concept of staying calm. That's probably all I'm going to find out from His Honor.
Mr. Edgeworth, may I return to my other duties now?
Yes, I'm sorry to have held you up. Thank you for your cooperation, Your Honor.
Anytime, Mr. Edgeworth, anytime.
The judges in this country seem rather friendly.
Yes, it's not, if not a little wishy-washy. However, I hear that they are known to hand down very fair verdicts. And he also happens to listen to whoever was the last person to speak with him. This vending machine here.
It would appear that this vending machine sells snacks and various other foods.
That'd be so funny to have Francesca say that. You're standing in front of a vending machine and she's just like, this vending machine seems to be a vending machine. It's like, all right, yep, that's true. Good one. There's that Swiss roll. Just lovely. What will they think of next?
Don't be a jerk in court like these beef jerks. 1 packet for $9. Defendant's fresh milk. 1/2 pint for $7. Stay neutral as the Swiss do until the end of these.
Or until the end with these. Oh, okay. You're staying neutral till the end with these. Got it. For $6.
They're awfully overpriced.
They are overpriced for sure. This machine seems to vend consumables. Yeah, exactly, Crispy.
The lineup is simply awful, period.
Speaking of snacks, I wonder if that Swiss roll the little girl dropped is from this machine.
I was wondering about that myself. As was I. Oh, we get to look at it a little bit.
Stay neutral as the Swiss until the end with these. The end of what?
Well, I assume it means the end of the trial. I suppose this means that one should eat these during a recess.
You can't eat during a trial, so I suppose the only time you can eat them is now. Huh.
I wouldn't mind if you wanted to eat one. I wouldn't mind if you wanted to eat one now. They come in packs of 2, after all. You're saying they could split one? That's the nicest thing I think they've ever said to each other.
We're in the middle of an investigation. Besides, I don't have $6 on me.
If you want, we can pool our money and buy a pack together.
If I have to split it with you, then I don't want it.
Oh, come on, dude. We can examine each of these things. All right, here we go. On to the milk. Defendant's fresh milk. What exactly is that supposed to mean?
I bet it means that the milk is freshly milked by various defendants on trial right now.
No, I think it might mean that this was milked right here from the various defendants.
What? Miles Edgeworth, you can't possibly be serious. Of course not.
That is a funny joke, though, because that's exactly the joke I was thinking of. It's like they milked the defendants, and this is defendant milk. What the fuck? Orange juice. When it's looking bad, blind your opposition with some OJ. And are they promoting violence?
Don't worry. My whip will make sure that anybody following this advice won't be for long.
Compared to the sting of a whip, the sting of orange juice may not be so bad.
I don't want anything that has the chance to spoil from a vending machine. I mean, that makes total sense to me. I get you there. Milk does not make sense to be in this vending machine. Especially since, like, some of the stuff is refrigerated and some of it isn't. You know what I mean? Like, the orange juice and the milk should be refrigerated, but the beef jerky doesn't need it. The ham sandwich probably should be. The hot dog probably should be. But the Swiss roll and the beef jerky don't need it. And so it seems like they wouldn't combine these things, you know? The beef jerky and the Swiss roll wouldn't be there if it was a refrigerated vending machine, right? I don't know. I think maybe I'm thinking a little bit too hard about it. Does the hot dog just come out lukewarm? Yeah, probably. I guess so. Or maybe there's a microwave nearby? I don't know, dude. That's a good question, though. And does it come out with ketchup, mustard, or I guess it looks like it just has like a little swirl of mayonnaise on there or something. In fact, the thing on top doesn't even look like a hot dog. It just looks like a bun. There are vending machines in Japan that give you entire cooked meals. I've seen those online before, Crispy, for sure. I think this one refrigerates stuff and cooks hot dogs and just has beef jerky and Swiss rolls hanging around. Hell, maybe it even assembles the ham sandwich right as you buy it. Who knows, man? That'd be cool. Those crazy machines are really cool to look at online. When you're in hot water, you might need a hot dog. Is it in hot dog water? Looks like the slogan was decided through a public contest. And the winner was Prosecutor Winston Payne. Winston Payne, dude.
What a pathetic slogan. No presents at all. Now, if it was up to me, it would read, if you leave matters in a Von Karma's hands, everyone in court will be found guilty, dogs. Wait. What? That's a long name, Von Karma. If you leave matters in a Von Karma's hands, everyone in court will be found guilty, dogs. Like, it's just like a completely unrelated sentence with the word dogs at the end. Just replacing hot with a full sentence. That's funny. Full paragraph, dude. Objection! Overruled! Nice, that was fun, dude. This whole like vending machine thing is pretty fun. Don't be a jerk in court like these beef jerks. I see. Miles Edgeworth, wouldn't you agree that it is very clever? That it is a very clever pun?
I don't think it's that clever. Do you really think that they put much effort into the product name?
Even a foolish fool can understand that foolish thinking of a fool who made it up. You're acting so foolishly that I got so thoroughly mad and I am not now utterly famished.
If you wanted a pack of these, all you had to do was act like a normal person. Alright, now on to the sandwich. Don't let the prosecution and the defense make a ham sandwich out of you.
Sounds like it's directed at the ham of the judge.
Well, it certainly isn't directed at me. I can outmaneuver him any day. I was hoping there would be a food pun in that statement, but I don't think there was. So all there is to look at are all the products, huh? Ooh, sorry about the yawn, guys. I think we're done here then. How about the drinks?
It doesn't look like there's anything contradictory left in this area.
I suppose not.
Perhaps I should check somewhere else.
See, look at that guy dusting for Prince. I wish I could dust for Prince, for fuck's sake. Never get to do that again. We do that once with him, then never again, dude.
I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny.
What is this? It's a pink-colored piece of trash made of rubber. Okay, put that in the logic folder. Feel like I've seen something like this before. Well, all I see is a piece of garbage. But you know, the fact that there is a little litterer running loose inside the courthouse is simply unforgivable. Ah! Smell like it was I who littered. Rubbish belongs in a rubbish bin. Ah! Yeah, she's whipping the shit out of Edgeworth, dude. Like, way more than she does when she's an adult. She's fucking going at it, man. Alright, let's see. Cactus. Oh. What's the matter? I pricked myself on one of the cactus's needles. I didn't think the needles on this thing would be so sharp. Well, what did you expect? Can you imagine how bad it would be if you were hit on the head by one of these? Anyway, this cactus seems to be unrelated to our cause, or our case. Do you really think so? Because I believe that this cactus sitting on this windowsill is completely related. Is it? Windowsill cactus, potted cactus sitting on the hallway windowsill. Its needles are dangerous. That reminds me of a video I've seen on the internet. I can't remember the guy, but there's some guy who does weird stuff where he just eats anything. And there was a video where he ate like 3 cactuses. And it's like a completely uncut video of him just straight up just shoving the cactus in his mouth, biting down and eating it, and just sitting there wincing through the pain as he eats it. And he like eats like 3 of them or something. It's fucking ridiculous, dude. Like, I don't necessarily recommend it. It's like, I think I watched somebody who was like covering him, you know, like a commentator or whatever, but it was just like, what the fuck, dude? People will do anything to get people to watch him, dude. Anything, dude. This eating a cactus sounds like you're gonna kill yourself somehow with all those needles going down. Oh, God, I don't even want to think about it. Don't even want to think about it. Oh, well then, I look forward to your explanation on how exactly it is related. Okay, the open window? Is that kind of weird? So that window on the other side belongs to the men's room. I swear I've seen that guy. Have you, Crispy? Probably, man. Probably gets a lot of views doing fucking weird shit like that. I think another one was like he ate deodorant or something. I don't know. He always eating something fucking bizarre that seems like he's gonna kill himself when he does it. But I guess he's fine, I guess. I mean, he's still alive as far as I know. So that window on the other side belongs to the men's restroom. I can't see it. At your height, I'm not surprised. Oh, that was a good one. Oh.
I guess short people have feelings too. Who would have thought?
Okay. What about the ants? Ants in my eyes, Larry, or whatever. What was that, Rick and Morty thing? Same thing we just went through. Just speed through that. Whip him! Okay, so I think we're ready to look down now. Oh, now that might let me examine the ants now. Let's check that. The ants are hard at work carrying their food home. It's a marvel that they can pick up such comparatively large objects to their size. Well, if you want to carry the mighty Von Karma name and not be squished under it, you'd better work extra hard just like these ants. Same goes for you, Francesca. Okay, let's shift our gaze down here. Oh, look at that. That's pretty suspicious. Dust for prints! The dirt on this bench smells like some sort of sweet substance. I can't believe there is someone going around dirtying the courthouse. For shame! Calm down, Francesca. Now take a good look. Doesn't this smudge look kind of like a handprint to you? I suppose it could be. Which means that perhaps we can lift the prints of the person who sullied this bench. I see. And then we'll know the identity of our mystery slob. You there, the lab technician. Would you please find out who this handprint belongs to? Sir! Yes, sir!
I've got the results of your fingerprints analysis, sir.
And? Do we know who they belong to?
Sir, the fingerprints belong to Detective Gumshoe.
Oh, interesting. Oh, I see. Gumshoe sat down on the bench, and that's why the judge didn't see him. This is because he sat down to have his, like, sweet roll or whatever, right? His Swiss roll? I'm assuming that's what happened. And then he had the Swiss roll shit on his hand, and he put his hand down to stand up or something, I guess. And that's why the ants are coming in, is because he had a bunch of shit on his hand like a child. Oh, interesting. Good work, officer. Detective Gumshoe's fingerprints. And there you have it. Yes, I suppose so. Now we know the identity of the person who dirtied the bench.
I sense that you and I will be using this information in very different ways.
And there's something down here. Oh, this is what the ants are actually going for. What are these black specks? I believe it's a pile of ants eating away. Oh, that detective! He claims not a single ant slipped by him. And yet, here is a whole hill of them. This is whipping Edgeworth just because he's mad. What are you hitting me for? As the replacement for that pathetic detective.
Perhaps I should add this deduction to the detective's growing tab of pay cuts.
Anyway, I wonder what the ants are eating. From the look of the sweet smell of it, pieces of cake and chocolate from a Swiss roll. Found on the floor under the bench, a hill of ants are attracted to its sweet scent. So wait, hold on. So... okay, I think there's some connections I'm making here. So, Gumshoe didn't have any money, right? But he got his detective bonus, which was $5, right? And so he went and he cashed that check so that he could have some money on him. So he had $5 on him while he was here. At some point, he wants to get a Swiss roll or something out of the vending machine. Everything in the vending machine is more than $5. And he got a Swiss roll. The Swiss roll is $6, if I remember right. So, do you think that possibly, because it's $6, he needed another $1? Do you think that he and Kay went in on some Swiss rolls together? You know what I mean? Because Kay needed that $1 from Edgeworth, right? So she brought a bunch of change to Edgeworth. Edgeworth gave her $1, and she ran off. And so maybe she went over to Detective Gumshoe. She's like, here's the $6, and then they both got a Swiss roll together. Maybe? I don't know. I'm just thinking maybe that could be. Because if he only had $5 on him and $6, that means he can't even afford that Swiss roll, poor guy. Also, why the fuck is it $6 for a Swiss roll? Damn, dude.
Miles Edgeworth. The courthouse is to be kept pristine at all times.
It seems like it, unless Kay felt bad for him. Yeah, maybe. Maybe she just gave him the $1 so he could have the whole thing. But the thing is that she had the package. And so that's what makes me think maybe they went halvesies, because she apparently still had the bag. Because she dropped it earlier or whatever. But I don't know. We'll see. There's got to be something connected there, right?
It wasn't me that dropped food on the ground. The courthouse must be kept clean.
Well, I think that's the last thing to look at over here. We got the actual bench itself. I guess we can try that. Ants are pouring out of the hole in the bench as well. I wonder if the inside of this bench consists of nothing but ants. Oh god, that would be a nightmare, dude.
Don't you dare continue with that gross line of thought.
I'm sorry. So ants are coming out of a hole in the bench? I didn't even notice that. I don't see that here. The ants are hard at work carrying their food home. It's a marvel they can pick up just compared to large objects, blah blah blah. We talked about this already. And I think we're done here. So let's back out. And maybe we could try logicking some stuff. We could talk to Bad first, I guess. That might be the better thing to do. See if there's any more clues.
Detective Bad, I have something I wish to inquire about.
Bad's music's pretty cool. He's got his own theme. I'm down for it. Kind of like Godot.
Hey, how about doing some actual work, you? I wish to inquire into Detective Gumshoe's movements during the recess.
You're getting in the way of the investigation.
I have an order from Mr. Von Karma himself. Plus, I still hold investigative authority.
Okay, we're gonna ask him about Detective Gumshoe.
So I hear you were the one who called for Detective Gumshoe to come down here.
Faraday, that guy was just accused, you know? I just knew something was gonna happen. That detective's instinct told me.
Or my detective instinct, my bad.
Well, lots of good it did you. You couldn't even protect one lone prosecutor with it.
Oh, damn, dude. Get him, Von Karma. Fuck, dude. You look how pissed he is. He's like,
What'd you just fucking say, little girl?
Francesca, I think you need to apologize. I'm sorry. I'm terribly sorry, Detective Bad. Please continue.
Huh. I used the phone on the first floor and called the precinct. I told them to send somebody over. And that detective's the one that showed up.
And only upon his arrival did you set Detective Gumshoe to stand guard, Detective Bad?
Yeah. I waited for him on the first floor. After he got there, he came up to these defendants' lobbies together. As we entered this hallway, we ran into you. She told us that Faraday was really mad. And that he dragged Rel off to lobby number 2 to have a word or something. And that Faraday had said to not let anyone interrupt them. So what choice did I have? All I could do was tell the big lug to stand guard outside.
And around what time did all of that take place?
Let's see. I think it was about 30 minutes before I heard the gunshot. After giving the big lug his assignment, he never left the hallway, not once.
Oh? And how can you make such a claim?
One of the guards out in this floor's main lobby swore to me he didn't.
If the detective never left the hallway, then where did he disappear off to? That's simple. He must have gone into lobby number 2, just as I suspected.
You and I. We were in lobby number 1 next door. The only one without an alibi is Gumshoe.
It would seem that I'm still missing some key pieces of information.
we gotta logic it out, dude. Let's talk about the gunshot first.
Detective Bad, you also heard the gunshot, did you not?
Yeah. I heard it when I was in defendant lobby number 1. That's why I came running towards lobby number 2 together with you.
How much time elapsed between you hearing the gunshots and your arrival on the scene?
Less than a minute.
What were your movements upon hearing the gunshot?
I grabbed the big lug who was just walking around in the hall and raced into lobby number 2. And that's when we discovered the bodies, in that order.
That makes the discoverer of the crime scene. Wait, that makes you the discoverer of the crime scene, right?
Yeah, I guess it does, little miss.
I'm about to become a prosecutor very soon. You will treat me with the dignity I deserve, or else.
You wave that thing around anymore, and you'll have to be arrested for obstruction, little miss.
You wouldn't dare.
Just joking.
Detective Bad is really something if he can make Francesca behave.
Are we about done?
Is there anything else I should ask him about?
Oh shit, we get a choice here. Okay. Let me save. Time he heard the gunshot, place he heard the gunshot, situation Place he heard the gunshot. How does that mean anything? Situation around the gunshot? I don't know. That sounds like the most, I don't know, weird one. So let's just go with that. See what information we gather from that. I'd like to know a little more about the circumstances under which you heard the gunshot.
Like I said, I was in lobby number 1 with you. I have nothing else to add.
Well, his testimony certainly corroborates with what Miss Yu said.
Miles, you already asked him about that, remember?
Suppose I should ask about something else. Is there anything else I should ask him about?
Yeah, I guess so. Let's see. Time he heard the gunshot, because place doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me, because I mean he was in lobby number 1. He's just gonna say that, right? So it must be time.
I'd like for you to tell me the exact time you heard the gunshot.
It was around the end of the recess, and the trial was about to start again. I think. He was supposed to make time for himself to transfer the evidence he was holding. But I got the sense he wasn't going to show for the handoff. So I figured I should go get him, or he'd be late. And just as I thought that, bang! The sound of a gunshot hit my eardrums.
So he heard the gunshot right before the trial was about to restart.
Okay. It's a detail.
Are we done here? I don't have any time to waste.
Oh, come on. All you're doing is standing in front of this door doing nothing.
I get the sense that he is somewhat investigating this crime scene. Or rather, that he is keeping us under surveillance. But to what end?
Detective Bad, may I ask that you cooperate with us for just a bit longer?
I don't have anything else to say to the two of you. You guys were the ones who said you'd wanted to investigate in the first place.
Fine then. Be obstinate. We'll just do as we please. Come on, Miles. You may no longer be willing to help us, however. May I ask for the forensic scientist's cooperation?
Do as you like.
You know, you think maybe there's a chance that Bad is the bad guy? I mean, his name is Bad, but would that be too on the nose? Or would that be exactly what they would do? You know? Because he's connected to the Yatagarasu stuff, because he's been a part of the case for a long time, right? And I guess him and Faraday used to meet up a lot, so he probably knew that Faraday was the Yatagarasu, right? I don't know what motive he would have to kill Faraday, but I don't know, just the fact that his name is Bad and they're pretty on the nose like that in these games makes me think there might be a chance, but I don't know. Let's do some logic. Now it's time for logic. Do you want to lock in your guess, Dom? No, it's not really like a guess. That's not what I would say. I was just trying to like add him to the list of possible suspects. I can't say that I think it's him. You know what I mean? So that's why I wouldn't count it as a guess. Like, that's not what I'm trying to say. What I'm just trying to say is just that there is a chance that it's him. You know, he's not like off the table as a possible suspect. Like Yu's on the table for sure. She's got some motive. She's got connections to this whole thing. Could be her. It could also be Bad because he's got connections. Or it could be that what's his face? That Maddie Cochin guy or whatever. It could be him too. You know? Or it could be Kay. Little young baby Kay. I don't think she'd do it though. Alright, let's see here. Lobby number 2 window. No human can climb through these barred windows. The scent of flowers is in the air. Piece of trash. Pink trash found on the windowsill in the hallway. It's made of rubber. Potted cactus sitting on the hallway's windowsill. Its needles are dangerous. I'm thinking the piece of trash in the cactus, maybe? I mean, Swiss roll crumbs and the vending machine definitely seem like they'd be connected as well. So let's try a couple of these. Let's save real quick. I'm already on vending machine. Let's try that first. Vending machine and Swiss roll crumbs. So it's a vending machine that sells courthouse special goods. A few sweet items are for sale, and then Swiss roll crumbs found on the floor. Under the bench, a hill of ants are attracted to its sweet scent. Alright, let's try it. Connect. Come on, logic, don't fail me now. These bits of chocolate and cake, could they not have come from a Swiss roll? A Swiss roll? Why would a courthouse sell a thing like that? We just saw it. Fucking Francesca, what the hell? It may not seem like the right venue, however, it is being sold right over there. The vending machine? Ah, I see. Stay neutral as the Swiss do until the end with these. 2 for $6? Talk about expensive.
Leaving the fact that it's on the expensive side aside, the fact that the cake crumbs and the chocolate bits were found in this hallway suggests that they came from a Swiss roll that was purchased from this machine.
That's true. That is true. I think I have a pretty clear picture of what happened here now.
Naturally. After all, I'm here, aren't I?
Detective Gumshoe must have sat on this bench as he ate a Swiss roll.
Ah! Accidentally dropped my roll.
And as he ate it, he dropped it on the floor and sullied the bench.
Oh shit, I dropped my Swiss roll.
How could he have not cleaned up after himself? How utterly despicable.
Cost $3.90 for a man's hand-sized cinnamon roll at a donut place near me. Right? That's why we're saying it's way overpriced for this crap. I guess they're all like, well, they're in the courthouse, and where else are they gonna get something sweet? Might as well charge them $6. Thank you for the hug, Stella. Stella wishes they could get some love from all. Well, you can get some love, Stella. Hope you're feeling all right. Don't you dare whip me again. It wasn't I who made this mess in the first place. Who made this place in the first mess. Anyway, if it was indeed Detective Gumshoe who bought the Swiss roll, that creates a rather interesting contradiction of facts.
A contradiction? Where?
I think another look at the special courthouse vending machine is in order. So I'm supposed to do something there, I guess, is what he was trying to say. Let me see if we got any more logic first before we go through any deductions here. Logic. Save for logic. And I wanted to try the cactus and the piece of trash. I think it's a little bit more of a stretch, but what I'm thinking is that if something tried to pass through the window, it could have gotten caught on the cactus and then ripped or something, right? Some rubber, apparently. I don't know where the rubber would come from, though, unless it was like a balloon? Like a pop balloon? It almost looks like it could be a pop balloon, I guess. I don't know, let's see. Either way, if it was a balloon, it could have popped it, because it's cactus, right? So I think they're probably connected. This pink rubbery substance. I saw this in a different form earlier today. I believe this is a piece of a popped balloon. Okay, there we go. I was right.
I suppose that's possible.
The balloon probably got a little too close to our friend, the window-seal cactus.
That would be the logical conclusion, yes.
There we go. Now it's a piece of evidence. Okay, now we got some evidence. And we're gonna go... Do you think that's what happened? Is that... Okay, so let me try to get ahead of the game a little bit. So Gumshoe got Swiss roll, he's sitting down, nom nom nom. And he's in the middle of nom nom nom, and all of a sudden a balloon comes up through the window and then gets popped on the cactus, and then he's like, whoa, you know, drops it, and he's like, oh man, that was my last $6 or whatever, you know. And that's why the balloon's there, that's why he dropped it, and I don't know why he would have left the trash on the floor. That's probably just Gumshoe, I guess. But that's what I'm putting together in the old noggin.
I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny.
Yeah, it's time to deduce. Let's do a save real quick. And I assume we're going to deduce on the Swiss rolls. I don't know what else we would deduce on this. So deduce. Oh, I didn't even show you guys, but you knew what I was doing.
Is this spot somehow connected to any of the evidence I hold?
It's connected to this Swiss roll. I mean, that's what I would assume is it's the Swiss roll. Or it could be the annual bonus envelope. Or it could be Gumshoe's fingerprints. I guess all three of these things are kind of related to it, but the Swiss roll seems to be the most related. So we're gonna try that. Already saved, right? We'll save again. Excuse.
Eureka!
Nice first try.
There is clearly a contradiction here.
Do you think so?
I think there's one. I think there should be one.
Do not anger me with a foolish game of semantics, Miles.
Nah.
I'd better look a little bit more carefully through my evidence once again.
Okay, so it's probably the contradiction is what I need to focus on here, the word contradiction. And I'm thinking it's probably Gumshoe's bonus, because the contradiction is that he only had $5 on him, but the Swiss roll cost $6, right? Isn't that a possible thing? Maybe? We'll try it, dude.
Eureka!
Damn it. Eureka!
Eureka! Eureka! Eureka!
Alright.
Eureka! Eureka!
Come on, man.
Eureka! Eureka!
Alright, I'm done repeating myself. I can only try it so many times before I just start to get pissed off.
About Detective Gumshoe's finances, he said that until this morning, he didn't have even a single penny on his personage. Just how poor is that guy?
Stickamita? I mean, maybe it would work. It just seems like a little too many syllables, but I mean, fuck, why does Brown Betty work? I mean, who fucking knows, dude?
If his bonus really was only $5, then he should not have been able to purchase a pack of Swiss rolls. However, facts being as they are, we found cake crumbs on the floor. Meaning Scruffy must have bought a pack somehow. Indeed.
That detective should not have been able to purchase a pack, and yet he did. The question is, how?
Investigation complete! It's honestly like a weird investigation right here.
I believe I now have a very firm grasp on what happened here. Well, I do too. All right, Francesca. Would you care to share what your conclusions you've come to?
I question the capability of the DS to recognize human speech. Yeah, I agree, dude. I think they were messing with that technology a little too soon. I mean, I can't say too soon, because someone's got to fuck with it to get it to advance, right? But, yeah, definitely not the best example of speech recognition.
Why should I do that? We're still in the middle of a competition, you know. We should be checking to see if your conclusions are wrong first. So you go ahead.
That's funny. What a little kid thing to do. Cute little Franzi.
It's almost cute that she's going this far to ensure that she wins. Almost.
Very well, but first we need to pay His Honor a visit to correct his testimony.
It's so weird to see him from behind that fucking bench, dude. Every time I see him standing there, I can see like the bottom half of the judge's body, and I don't know why. What? September 10th, 5:15 p.m. District Court, courtroom number 3.
Your Honor, if I may, I'd like you to test your witness testimony to see how it stands up.
Do you doubt me? Am I your new suspect?
In a sense, I suppose you could say that. Even you, a judge, is nothing but a common witness before a Von Karma.
Silence in the courtroom. Silence, I said. Mr. New Prosecutor and Miss Genius Prosecutor's successor.
But did you bite your tongue again, didn't you? You bit your tongue again, didn't you?
Why is it like not finish what he says? It's so weird. It's like he says all this stuff, but then I don't even get to see what he said. I don't know. That kind of stuff just frustrates me. If you want it to be interrupted, then just put like dashes, and then I'll click next. I wish it wouldn't do that sometimes.
As a defender of the law, I could never give false testimony. You can even place me under oath if you want.
Very well, then. Your testimony, if you please. What I saw at recess. That's funny. What I saw at recess sounds like something you would be asking a little kid at school. Fucking Nat's back, dude. Fuck you, Nat. Get out of here. Nobody wants you here. No, did I get him? Damn it. Nope. Did I get him? Oh, got him. Oh, fuck you, Nat. Get on, dude. That's what you get for flying in my airspace. All right, here we go.
During the recess, I went to the restroom. There's a window on the hallway side. In other words, I could see into the hallway. As I entered, I saw the detective buying something from the vending machines. But when I was about to exit the restroom, he had completely disappeared.
It's because he was sitting under the window, dude.
A detective that goes missing while on duty? That sounds mighty suspicious to me.
Domm is a no-fly zone, absolutely. 100% for Nats. Fuck yeah. Your Honor, can you please try to remain calm?
Oh, okay. Sorry about that. I'm so used to simply listening to testimonies that I got caught up in the excitement.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, but I'm afraid I'm going to have to spoil your fun now.
With evidence. During the recess, I went to the restroom.
Hold it! Brown Betty. Brown Betty. There it is. Your Honor, why exactly did you pay a visit to the restroom, if I might ask?
Oh, well, I just needed to wank one off really quick. You know, just stuff that men do. Well, isn't it obvious? What else do you go to the restroom for other than wanking off? Or maybe, I knew it! You suspect me of some sort of tomfoolery, don't you?
Oh, there's another Nat. There's two of you? Since when? Where are you coming from? Just fucking get away from me, please. I fucking don't want to deal with this shit. Please stay calm, Your Honor.
This is going to be much harder than I anticipated.
I'm sorry. You're right. I need to think things through with a level head. I'm just nervous because it's so much has happened today with this trial. I'm all flustered, you see. Let's see. I announced the recess, and a time for us to reconvene. But having done all that, I still wasn't able to go to the restroom right away.
And why couldn't you?
Well, I'm an old man. Sometimes it happens. Mr. Faraday had been accused, so I had paperwork to process regarding a new prosecutor. Once I had finished that, I was finally able to make a mad dash to the restroom.
At least he said consistent on the going to the restroom part of his testimony.
There was a window on the hallway side. In other words, I could see into the hallway.
Hold it! Brown Betty. There we go. Still going. Still working. Your Honor, did you really go to the men's restroom?
What is the meaning of that statement?
I simply meant that perhaps you went to a restroom on a different floor.
I had to go for such a long time. It was all I could do to dash to the closest one to the courtroom.
I suppose that's only natural, given his circumstances.
I ran from the courtroom through the floor's main lobby down the hallway. Once you enter, you can see there's a window just above the urinals. And it was through that window that you witnessed it,
And it was through that window which you witnessed Detective Gumshoe, Your Honor.
Yes, exactly!
Your Honor, there's no need to yell. I can hear you just fine.
Oh, I guess I put a little too much into that last answer. Now then, let's continue with the testimony. As I entered, I saw the detective buying something from the vending machines.
Hold it! Hold it! Brown Betty. Brown Betty.
It's still working, dude. That will never cease to blow my mind how that works.
Are you sure that the person you witnessed was Detective Gumshoe, Your Honor?
Yes, I'm absolutely sure. It's hard to miss someone of his stature, even from as far away as the restroom. Besides, I can't think of anyone else with that kind of hairstyle and big beige coat.
Well, I was simply wondering if you were mistaken in what you saw.
What? Preposterous! My eyes are sharp as can be, ready to see through lies to the truth. Although, recently, things do seem to be a bit fuzzier than they used to be.
Clearly, his eyes are not the only things that have gone fuzzy.
Which allow me to say, with all the honor and dignity of a judge, I am not mistaken in what I saw. But when I was about to exit the restroom, he had completely disappeared.
Hold it! Hold it! Brown Betty.
There we go.
Bam blam. He disappeared. But Your Honor, didn't you just say? I saw that detective buying something from the vending machines.
Why, yes. Yes, I did. The restroom window looks over the courtyard and right into the hallway. But, just as I was about to exit, I took another look, and there was no one in sight. That led me to the only solution to this mystery. That detective must have gone into the crime scene, lobby number 2, at that point!
Why is he doing that?
So he looked into the hallway from the restroom and over the courtyard, did he?
A detective that goes missing while on duty. That sounds mighty suspicious to me.
Hold it! Hold it!
Yeah, nice. Gotta hold it in there.
Your Honor, I ask that you please remain calm.
No. I'm certifiably calm.
You're being anything but perfectly calm.
It appears that His Honor could not have been mistaken in what he saw. I suppose so, given his line of sight. However, Francesca, why do you suppose our lines of sight are so different? If you're referring to my height... Can't you hold that whip still for just a second? Now, about His Honor's testimony. I believe his line of sight to be the I believe his line of sight to be an important factor. If that's important, why don't you hurry up and tell him already?
I will. But there is one more thing I need to do if I am to correct His Honor's testimony. I'm going to need to retrace Detective Gumshoe's movements.
I mean, I already know it. If that's what he's trying to say, like, figure it out. Then it's like, I know? I don't need to figure it out. We already know what the hell is going on here. All right, let's see. During the recess, I went to the restroom. There's a window on the hallway side. The other words I could see into the hallway. As I entered, I saw the detective buying something from the machines, but when I turned around the restroom, he completely disappeared. I think it's the completely disappeared one I gotta present on. Let's go ahead and save here. I think what we'd want to do is use the handprint, right? Because that's the closest thing that says he sat down. Left on the hallway bench, Detective Gumshoe apparently sat here as he ate a Swiss roll. This seems like the best thing, right? This just makes sense. Objection! First try. Fuck yeah.
What was that finger wag for, Mr. Edgeworth? And don't you know it's rude to shout objection while someone is giving testimony?
Ha. If you truly are a man of the law, then you must always be vigilant. For example, I, myself, never let an opportunity to shout objection pass me by. Miles Edgeworth, it's one thing to be passionate about your job, but this is real life.
This is what some people may say is the pot calling the kettle black.
Yeah, with her whip, right? Your Honor, I wonder if you might take a look at this for me.
What is that filth? How dare someone dirty the hallway bench like that? Who is the culprit? That party is hereby found guilty of uncleanliness.
If you must know, the uncouth bench sullier has already been placed under arrest thanks to your earlier testimony, Your Honor.
Oh? Well, that's good. But who was it?
We were able to discover something about the smudge on the bench, namely Detective Gumshoe's fingerprints.
Not happy with committing just murder, he had to go and dirty the courthouse, too! Guilty!
Your Honor, please calm down. While it's true that the detective is the one who made the mess on the bench, we have yet to establish that this action is related to the double murder.
What do you mean?
I believe the detective bought a pack of Swiss rolls from the vending machine, and then promptly sat down on the bench to eat one. The cake crumbs and the pieces of chocolate on the floor under the bench, and Detective Gumshoe's fingerprints prove my conclusions to be true.
No, but I still don't understand. Is this whole thing related to how I couldn't see him as I was leaving the restroom?
It is indeed. The window in the hallway was built rather high up into the wall, at around a grown adult's chest height. As evidence, I submit that Francesca herself was unable to see out of the window. Poor Francie. No, here it comes.
No!
I knew I shouldn't have used her height as evidence.
But basically, what this means is that the area directly under the hallway window is a blind spot when the hallway is being viewed from the men's restroom.
Well, then...
It seems that you made the connection. If someone were to sit on the bench under the window... Yes, even someone as large as Detective Gumshoe... I love that picture.
Oh, shit!
Would effectively disappear from sight.
What?
Do you finally see, Your Honor? Your testimony has just proven that Detective Gumshoe was in the hallway the entire time.
Sorry. I didn't mean to say it with that much enthusiasm. All I wanted to do was try saying it once. Here, let me try that again. Hold it!
Is there something of value you'd like to say?
Yes, actually there is. I remembered something else just now. Mr. Edgeworth, please allow me to testify to the court one more time.
Even if we overruled him, he'd just keep on talking, wouldn't he? That might not be a bad thing. The more info, the better in a perfect investigation, right?
Eyeballs.
What I saw, part 2.
I suppose it's possible you can see a seated person from the restroom window. However, that doesn't mean that the detective was sitting there when I looked. Anyway, I forgot to testify earlier about probably the most important detail. As I was leaving the restroom, I heard the loud bang of a gunshot.
And this changes the timing a little bit, right? But I don't know that really changes that much, right?
Now was that? That is the testimony of one who judges the crimes of others.
Your Honor, could you try to state the important facts first next time? I agree. Before you go around judging others, you should learn to judge your own words.
Eek! I'm sorry. But honestly, I thought that sound was just a noise popper until just now.
Now that he mentions it, right before he restarted the trial, He did talk about that.
Oh,
This is in the past.
Oh, by the way, was there someone celebrating a birthday during the recess? Could have sworn that I heard a popper going off. Come to think of it, the other day with my grandson.
The most critical point in this argument is when did the judge look into the hallway? And whether that lines up with when the gun was actually fired.
Your Honor, if I may, I'd like to clarify a few details in your testimony.
I suppose it's possible you can't see the seated person from the restroom window.
Hold it! Whoa, that immediately worked. In that case, you can see that you were overconfident in your last testimony.
No, now hold on there. I just said that it's possible you can't see a seated person from the restroom this time. But you know something? I don't think you know when the prints you referred to were left on the bench, do you? Well, you have proven that it's possible that detective was sitting. I still have a problem with just when those fingerprints were left.
It's like he's way more on the ball. I mean, the judge. It's like the judge is way more on the ball right now than he's ever been sitting in his actual seat. You know what I mean? Like, he's actually, like, on top of it. Like, well, wait, because you don't have that piece of evidence, right? Like, usually he's just like,
oh, what did you say? Okay, that's probably right. What about you? Well, okay, that's probably true as well.
you know? He's actually doing some fucking work, dude.
He's right. I have yet to prove when the fingerprints were left on the bench. While he feigns ignorance, His Honor has seen a lot of life. This judge, I mustn't underestimate him.
You probably don't want to overestimate him either, just gonna say that.
However, that doesn't mean that the detective was sitting there when I looked.
Hold it! Brown Betty. Brown Betty. There it goes. As we established, you went to the restroom during the recess. However, at one point in the recess, did you look into that hallway?
After I called for a recess, I handled the change of prosecutor's paperwork. Maybe about 20 minutes until we reconvened? Yes, that sounds about right.
Just as I expected.
What were you expecting? And I demand to know what that all-knowing smile is for.
Your Honor, that statement you made just now is very important. I'd like for you to append it to your testimony.
All right, if you insist. Let's see. I looked into the hallway about 20 minutes before we were to reconvene.
Hold it! Hold it! Hold it! Brown Betty. There we go. 20 minutes before we reconvened. Very well. What did you do after that?
Let's see. I had to make some preparations, so I rushed straight back to the courtroom. I also had to track down a few pieces of paperwork for various bailiffs.
So you rushed back to the courtroom despite having just heard a gunshot?
Well, at the time, I thought it was just the sound of a noise popper. I really couldn't think of any explanation that someone having a birthday party. But now that this has happened.
I see.
Thinking back, the judge did mention something to that effect when we reconvened.
Brown Betty's a winner. Thank you, Eminem, the rapper. Yeah, absolutely. Which it doesn't even rhyme, so I don't know why he ever rhymed those together, but hey, it's working. And nobody can ever explain to me why, I'm sure. It's so bizarre, man. Let's see.
Anyway, I forgot to testify earlier about probably the most important detail.
Hold it! I'm getting some hold it's in there. If it's something that forgettable, I don't need to hear it.
Eek! But all I did was forget to mention it.
That sort of excuse may work on other people, but not on Avant Karma.
Oh. But it's such an important piece of testimony. Please give me a chance to present it.
Suppose I have no choice on the matter.
As I was leaving the restroom, I heard the loud bang of a gunshot.
Hold it! Hold it! Brown Betty.
Nice.
Your Honor, about what you just said.
I know. I couldn't believe bang went the gunshot, and then I heard a knee-jerk reaction like this. Yes, just like this. What a quick ah! What a quick ah!
Why ain't you gotta talk so fast?
Your Honor, please remain calm when you are trying to explain yourself to me.
Yes, sir. Sorry about that. Now then, I must gather myself. Yes. When I heard the gunshot, there was no one in the hall. I should know. I looked. There was no one there!
Why does he do that?
This judge's emotion circuits appear to be stuck on overreact.
I believe that we finally found the flaw in His Honor's testimony. Yet sadly, he's completely oblivious to it. But I guess I can't really expect him to be aware of it. Well, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and fill him in. At least that thing finally came in handy. Indeed. Now let's see what happens when I present it to His Honor.
I hate when they're all keeping it from me, you know? Like, come on, I'm the one who's controlling what we're doing here. Maybe let me know what the fuck you guys are talking about. I'm sure I can figure it out, but man, they're so confident of themselves, and I'm not quite sure what they're talking about. Let's see. I suppose it's possible you can't see it. Okay, you know what? Let's look at the evidence first. I think that's the best thing to do. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, it was the balloon. The balloon popped, and that's what he heard. Because that's probably what startled Gumshoe, right? The balloon popping? Okay, I got it. So it's when he heard the bang sound is probably when I present that, and I present the balloon, I'm gonna assume. Alright, let's see here. Possible detective sitting when I looked. Let's see, I looked in the hallway about 20 minutes before we reconvened. Anyway, I forgot to testify with detail. Let's leaving the restroom, I heard a loud bang of a gunshot. This has gotta be it. Save. Present. Balloon. And
Objection! Objection! Your Honor, there is a very large flaw in your statement just now.
I don't understand what you're talking about. Where is it, Mr. Edgeworth? I can't find it.
Never mind, Your Honor.
Making such accusatory statements. I don't know how I feel about that.
I'm truly sorry, Your Honor. That's really wow, I was actually wrong. I can't believe that I was wrong there. That's weird. It seemed so much like that was it. Alright, I think I'm getting ahead of myself. I gotta show the picture of the banana. That's what I gotta do. Okay, let's think about this. The loud bang of a gunshot. It could be the whole 20-minute thing, because we made him append that to his testimony. So it could be when the gunshot went off. And how long since the recess. Let's see what Bad said. Did he say anything about that? He heard the gunshot right before the trial was about to start again. And he said it was 20 minutes, right? So that's probably what it actually is. I think I'm getting ahead of myself. But I think that is the balloon is what he heard. Because he heard something, right? So, alright, let's do this. Let's go back. 20 minutes before we reconvene. Okay, so if you come down here. If you go to Bad's testimony right here. He heard the gunshot right before the trial was about to begin. So it's about to start again. And he said it was in the hallway about 20 minutes before we were to reconvene. That's a big gap, so this gotta be it. Objection! Objection!
I cannot allow you to make an objection.
What? Your Honor, I'm really sorry, but I cannot allow you to not allow me to make an objection.
Egad, I've been overruled.
Your Honor, there are simply too many holes in your testimony for my taste.
What do you mean by that?
You claim that you heard the gunshot during the recess, but that is simply not possible.
Mr. New Prosecutor. Recommended by Manfred von... Ah!
Instead of biting your tongue, let me say some other things that I don't get to read.
Eek!
I see you have no mercy for the elderly either, Francesca. Don't talk back to me unless you want to be whipped in the back.
With your height, you need a stepladder or 4 to accomplish that.
Ooh, damn, that was a height joke.
Ahem, Mr. Edgeworth. My ears are not that far gone, yet I have to know. I can still hear
Just fine. Wait, I'll have you know. My bad. Okay.
My ears are not that far gone yet. I'll have you know, I can still hear just fine. And I heard the sound of a gunshot loud and clear with my own 2 ears.
This is where the balloon comes in. Ha! Your Honor, I have here an interesting bit of testimony. It's from Detective Bad. And according to him, he heard a gunshot right before the trial was about to start again.
What did you just say?
Your Honor, what you just said, that you heard the gunshot about 20 minutes before we were to reconvene. How do you explain this glaring contradiction?
That can't be!
Unfortunately, that is the truth.
But I heard it clear as day. Bang! The loud sound of a gunshot.
The sound of a gunshot. We keep returning to this point of contention. And that piece of evidence, I always did wonder why I found it where I did. However, now I understand what that gunshot the judge heard really was.
Unfortunately, Your Honor, this is what really produced the gunshot you heard. And see, I was totally ahead of myself. Alright, let's see. Save for safety, but we know what it is. Take that! Damn it, I was really hoping to get it first try. Take that! Take that! Got it. I found this object in the hallway earlier.
What is that pink substance?
This may not look it, but this is actually a piece of a balloon.
I see. And I suppose you would like me to accept that pink balloon into the court record?
I even made the sound and everything. Your Honor, I present this piece of evidence in order to overrule your testimony.
What?
Your Honor, your argument goes as follows. You saw no one in the hallway when you heard the gunshot. Now, there is no guarantee that the detective was sitting on the bench at that time. Therefore, you believe Therefore, you believe he must have been at the crime scene, defendant's lobby number 2. Am I correct?
Yes, that's exactly right.
Let me ask you something. Do you think that the gunshot you heard was produced by a real gun? I think I've said enough that even you could figure out the rest of it out on your own. Your Honor, you were fooled by the popping of this balloon into thinking it was a gunshot.
What manner of trickery is this?
That was a good effort you put forth, Miles Edgeworth. But if it was me, I'd have wrapped this thing up before the judge even testified.
Of course you'd say that.
Care to elaborate on how one ends something before it even begins?
Well, to be honest, I did think that the sound was a bit off for a real gunshot sound. But who could have guessed that someone would pop a balloon in a place like this?
I mean, you thought there was a birthday party, apparently, so wouldn't there be balloons there? You can believe that, but you can't believe this?
That's true. One doesn't usually think balloons in conjunction with courthouse.
Yeah, I knew it was Kate that had that balloon.
I want to trade these coins with you.
That's it. That balloon the girl was holding. It explains everything.
Your Honor, if it makes you feel any better, you didn't lie once in your testimony. However, I can't really vouch for its accuracy.
Who knew that giving testimony could be such a difficult thing to do? What have I done? I owe Detective Gumshoe a very, very big apology. I will see to it myself that he is released.
Wait. There's still a few things I have yet to resolve about what happened in the hallway.
Your Honor, I request your permission to further question Detective Gumshoe.
But why? I thought we just cleared his name.
Whether we did just now or not, I still cannot say. The only thing I can do for now is to continue in my quest for the perfect explanation. And to that end, I must resolve the remaining issues pertaining to the events that occurred in the hallway. Okay, so I guess he hasn't been saying the word truth as much. I think the whole point that he keeps talking about it as a perfect explanation, I think this is the old Edgeworth. I think that's where we're seeing old Edgeworth, because old Edgeworth wanted a perfect explanation, which doesn't necessarily mean the truth. You know, I mean, he said truth a few times, don't get me wrong, but I think that's how it still lines up with the Edgeworth we met at the beginning of Phoenix Wright, right? Because a perfect explanation gets you a guilty verdict, you know, because it just explains all the evidence perfectly. Like, it's hard not to believe it, but it doesn't necessarily mean that it's the truth. And then eventually, like we said earlier, that's what he thinks is the biggest thing, is the truth, right? Or the most important, I should say.
Very well. Bailiff, please bring Detective Gumshoe into the courtroom.
I must fulfill my mission and find the perfect explanation to this case.
It's kind of funny because he's sort of becoming like a defense attorney in a way. He's just like defending Gumshoe outside of the courtroom, right? But he's basically still defending him, right? So that's interesting. September 10th, District Court, courtroom number 3. I love this song.
What is it now? Is it time for my trial already? I've already told you a gazillion times, pal. I didn't do it.
I'll be the judge of that, Detective Gumshoe. No, you won't. I'll be the judge of that.
No. I'm the judge around here, and I'll be the judge of that. Why can't you guys be a little less judgmental? Yes, well, speaking of hasty judgment, Detective Gumshoe, I'm afraid I must apologize for an error in judgment on my part.
Your Honor, I don't believe you should apologize just yet. We have yet to prove he is completely innocent of this crime.
I guess so. What are you guys talking about?
In any case, I would like you to testify as to your actions while you were on guard duty. And please remember, you are not on trial. This is just a part of the investigation. As such, you may still be found to be innocent. However, if you should give false testimony...
Yo!
My whip will object, loud and clear. If you are found to be lying, you will be held indefinitely. Understood?
I got you, pal.
Thinking back on the state of the crime scene and the judge's testimony, it's obvious that Detective Gumshoe is lying. And if I can't break his lie, then we may never get a break in this case.
I came down here to this courthouse on Detective Bad's orders. As soon as I got here, he ordered me to stand guard in front of lobby number 2. From that time on, until I heard the gunshot, I was in that hallway the whole time. On my honor as a detective, I swear it wasn't me, pal.
He's still singing the same tired tune. In that case, just have to change the melody.
I know he's lying, and it's time I pulled the information I need out of him.
Rebuttal.
I came down here to this courthouse on Detective Bad's orders.
Hold it! Hold it! Hold it! Brown Betty. Hold it! There we go. So, was it really Detective Bad who called you down here?
You bet it was, pal. I was left in charge of the precinct while everyone was out, and this call comes in. I want you down here in this 1 minute flat, he said. Well, I thought this was my big chance, my first case, so I made a mad dash down here. Although, I couldn't exactly get here in a minute flat.
So how long did it take you?
About 10 minutes, I guess.
And what was Detective Bad doing when you finally made it?
He was waiting for me on the first floor of the entranceway, pal. As soon as I got here, he ordered me to stand guard in front of lobby number 2.
Hold it! And by he, you mean?
Detective Bad, of course. And this being my first time at the courthouse, he always walked with me up to the 3rd floor hallway in front of the defendant lobbies.
And did you meet anyone along the way?
Well, just as we entered the hallway, we ran into Miss Yu. When he heard from Miss Yu that Mr. Faraday was not to be interrupted, that's when Detective Bad told me to stand guard in the hallway, pal.
So far, Detective Gumshoe's testimony is matching up with Detective Bad's.
From that time on, until I heard the gunshot, I was in the hallway the whole time.
Hold it! Hold it! Brown Betty.
It works almost every time. It's so baffling.
You claim to have been in that hallway the whole time. However, it is not a fact that you did something while you were in that hallway.
Of course I did something. I guarded the door to lobby number 2, pal. What else?
Well then, or very well then. And what exactly does guarding that door entail?
Well, to put it simply... Oh, I know. It was my job to stand in front of the door without moving an inch.
Oh? Detective Gumshoe, you mean to tell me that you didn't take a single step away from the door to lobby number 2? Is that really what you wish to testify to the effect of?
You got it, pal. I didn't take a single step away from that door, just like I was ordered not to.
Francesca knows. The judge knows. Edgeworth knows.
What? Why is everyone so quiet all of a sudden?
Because we are all in shock and in awe of your utter stupidity. Scruffy! If you're going to lie, at least tell us more of a more believable one.
Youch! But I'm not lying.
I should hurry up and bring this insipid testimony to a close.
Until I heard the gunshot, I didn't take a single step away from the lobby number 2 door.
Hold it! Hold it! Hold it! Hold it! Brown Betty. Brown Betty.
Huh, it's interesting. I have to be very clear when I say Brown Betty as well. I have to make sure I pronounce the T's. It's just, I don't know why it works.
I'm only going to ask you one more time, Detective Gumshoe. Are you sure you stood in front of the door to lobby number 2 the entire time?
Yup. After I was told by Detective Bad, I stood guard in front of that door without a single break. So believe me when I say that I was in that hallway the whole time already, pal.
Francie knows. The judge knows. Edgeworth knows.
Why did everyone go so quiet all of a sudden again?
Apparently someone has a bit of trouble reading between the lines.
What's that supposed to mean? I don't...
Be quiet.
Youch!
I should hurry up and bring this insipid testimony to a close.
On my honor as a detective, I swear it wasn't me, pal.
Hold it! Brown Betty.
There we go.
Would you also be willing to swear that there was no one else in that hall besides you?
What are you talking about? I just swore to you that I was doing my job, pal.
Oh? Then what are you acting so nervous for?
What? I'm not nervous at all, pal. Anyway, not a single person other than myself was in that hall the whole time.
I should just let it go. Pursuing this train of thought at this time would just be a waste of time.
To have such a foolishly foolish contradiction and such a foolishly foolish testimony is just plain old foolish. Indeed. However, in the pursuit of the perfect investigation, I'm afraid we have to deal with it by squashing it under the weight of the evidence.
Came down here to this courthouse on Detective Bad's orders.
Okay, let's see. It's when he said he didn't move, right? For me to stand there. I didn't take a single step away. Okay, this is probably the one. Save. We're gonna switch down here to present. I'm gonna present his handprint on the bench. That seems the most logical thing to me in this situation.
Objection!
I have an objection.
What is it, pal?
Detective Gumshoe, I wonder if you might recognize this from somewhere.
Hey, it's one of those things. The courthouse special Swiss rolls, right, pal?
Precisely. In that case, I suppose that you also recall the sullied hallway bench.
Hey, you know what? I think it was probably me that did that. Detective Gumshoe, you know you can't go around dirtying up the courthouse like this.
You inconsiderate Sullivanly pig.
Eek! I promise to clean up later, I swear!
Now then, shall we get down to business about the fact that you didn't move even a single step from the front of that door? If that's really were the case, then how were you able to buy a pack of Swiss rolls? Furthermore, you didn't move a single step from the front of that door. How did you manage to get the bench dirty with your grubby hands?
Ouch!
It appears that Francesca's whip can do more damage than my words alone can.
Alright. I confess, pal. I was hungry, so I bought a pack for myself, okay? I thought I'd get chewed out again if anyone found out about me eating on the job. So I didn't want to say anything. Well, unfortunately for you, I saw you do the whole dastardly deed. I clearly saw you buying a pack of Swiss rolls from the vending machine. Okay. I'm sorry for lying. But that's all I'm sorry for. You got that? Because I'm not holding anything else back.
That last statement may sound like it makes sense. However, there is something I don't quite believe about it.
Are you sure you're not withholding further information from us?
Huh? Of course not. I've got nothing else to hide, pal.
Oh, if only that were true, Detective Gumshoe.
But it is true, pal. I swear there's nothing else.
Detective Gumshoe, I'm sure you are aware of the price of a pack of Swiss rolls, correct?
Huh? Remind me again, pal?
That vending machine out in the hallway is selling packs of 2 Swiss rolls for $6 a pack. And yet, according to you, you didn't have any cash on you until you cashed your $5 annual bonus check. It's annual too, dude. Isn't that right? Let me ask then, how did you manage to purchase a pack by yourself? Can you provide me with a proper explanation to that?
I told you I bought it by myself, pal! There wasn't anyone else in that hallway with me. So there's no one who could have helped me buy it. Wait, don't tell me. You got some kind of proof that there was someone else in the hallway, don't you?
Correct.
As if you could. I mean, what are the chances of that? Wait, you do?
Of course I do.
What? How?
What proof do I have that there must have been someone else there in the hallway?
I don't remember. What is the proof though? Yeah. The balloon, I guess. I mean, it must have been the balloon, I guess. It's the only thing I would think that we'd be able to show that, right?
Take that! Take that! Take that! Take that!
Yeah, there you go. Emphasize the that.
What the heck is that?
No, sorry. Let me flip back up.
The heck is that? I knew you didn't really have anything. You prosecutors are all the same, always lying to people. You should stop, you know.
I refuse to be lectured by the likes of you, detective. Miles, how long do you plan on being strung along by this moronic detective? I have no intention of falling for his lie because there was definitely a second person.
Because if he was truly alone all along, then that piece of evidence should not exist.
Oh, because it's probably the package of Swiss rolls, right? Because we got that from Kay. That's probably what it is. I didn't think about that. It must be that, right? Does it even mention her? Swiss roll dropped by the mysterious young girl. It's priced 2 for $6. Yep, that's what it is. Should have thought of that. My bad. Oh, here. This is the evidence right here.
Take that! Take that!
And it really does like it when I emphasize that.
Hey, you showed that to me not 2 seconds ago, pal.
Ah, I think you're under a mistaken impression that I bought this pack of rolls.
Wait, if you didn't buy it, then that means you must have stolen it, you thief.
But how would we prove it's hers? I think it's just because we have to trust our own, like, testimony to that. Because, like, this is how the game works. Like, you might just be talking about, like, in all reality, how do we prove it's hers? Like, I get you there. But the way the game is looking at it is you always got to look at what this says. This is why, this is our proof. It's because this says this. If you're talking about, like, game mechanics, how do we prove that? It's this. But if you're talking about real life, how do we prove that? It's just because Edgeworth saw her drop it, because that's how we got it, is she dropped it and then we picked it up. So as long as we can believe that Edgeworth is being honest, which we as the audience know, obviously, we saw it. So we know it's true. But how does he prove that to everybody? I guess you gotta take his word for it, I guess. Just depends on what angle you're talking about.
Wait, if you didn't buy it, then that means you must have stolen it, you thief.
What? I would never do such a thing.
All you liars are the same. You start out as thieves. You're under arrest, pal.
I believe you meant to assert that all thieves start out as liars. And in that case, what does that say about you, detective? This particular Swiss roll was dropped by a certain someone.
No.
There were 2 rolls in this package. You ate one of them. But you then gave the other one to the certain person, didn't you?
No way, pal! You've got it all wrong. I ate both of them.
And there she is. You can kick him again. Oh, no, he moved out of the way. Why the fuck is she just kicking people? Oh, fucking ornery, dude. Kay, stop. Stop it. We're supposed to like you and think you're cool. Quit kicking Edgeworth, dude. I don't like that.
It would appear that we've caught you at last.
Hey! Don't you dare do anything bad to that girl!
But appear that they do know each other after all.
So why do you continue to come up and kick me? Have I wronged you somehow?
I have a name, and it's Kay.
Kay what?
Kay Faraday.
Faraday? Are you perhaps Mr. Faraday's daughter?
I'm not a you, I'm a Kay.
No, probably because she was talking about Y-E-W-U, right? Like, I'm not a you, I'm a... I don't know. Maybe that's what she meant.
Kay. You know, good little girls don't kick other people. Especially not hard enough to leave big, nasty bruises like the way you do.
Well, then you shouldn't have put Gummy under arrest, mister.
Oh, okay. She's just mad because of Gumshoe. Okay, fair enough.
Yeah. Gummy?
My guess is that she's talking about Detective Gumshoe.
What a cute nickname you've given him.
Gummy didn't do anything wrong.
Kay.
It appears that I will need to speak with her in a bit more detail.
Rawr!
Now then, Kay. She's like a stray cat.
Wonder if I should feed her something.
We're gonna feed her something? Alright, I guess we're giving her the fucking Swiss roll that she didn't eat. Alright. No, wrong button. There we go.
Take that! Take that!
Damn it, I thought I had that.
Take that! Take that! Take that!
Fuck it, we're clicking it.
Kay, I promised to give you this if you, Kay, I promised to give you this if you calm down.
Oh, a Swiss roll.
Well, that was really sudden transitions there.
It really belongs to you, though, doesn't it?
Yeah, I was saving it for Daddy.
Oh, that's sad.
Oh my.
Your father. He's...
Ah, don't you say another word, pal. She doesn't know yet.
Thanks for watching out for me, Gummy. But I already know about Daddy. I overheard the guards talking
Aw, don't cry.
about how he's not here anymore.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry I couldn't protect him.
Kay.
I'm not gonna cry. I'm not gonna
Aw.
cry.
Yeah, there you go, Crispy. Poor Kay.
It's all right. Let it all out. Your father just passed away, after all. I myself was also involved in a case at this courthouse when I was a young child. A case in which my father, who was a defense attorney, passed away. All of my dreams of becoming a lawyer were crushed into fine ash on that nightmarish day.
Man, this picture is used so many times throughout this game series. I'm not complaining, I just think that's actually a cool thing. And it just keeps coming back. Don't cry, Edgeworth will be your daddy. Yeah, that reminds me of something else from that Shield of Justice series that I was talking about earlier, the one that I might voice over for. In their canon, and I don't know if this is true in actual games or not, but there's a situation like that where there's a character who calls another character daddy, even though that's not her daddy. It's weird. Kind of excited to meet the character in the games to see if that was something they added or if that's actually in the games or not.
Even now, the wound festers deep in the depths of my soul. Ever since that incident, I have dedicated myself to locking away every criminal I can. And now, to have this happen right in front of me.
This child, I feel a certain shared fate, a common bond between us.
Miles Edgeworth, what sort of gentleman are you? Are you going to just stand there and watch a lady cry?
Ah, you're right. Sorry about that. Okay, here. How about we use this handkerchief here to dry your little eyes?
Hell yeah, dude. She blew her nose right into his fucking jabbit, dude. That's funny. Let me just... Aw. That's a great picture, dude. I love that. He's like, oh, what the hell?
My cravat! Don't blow your nose on that!
I feel better now. Thanks.
So a jabbit must just be a type of cravat, because Every single thing calls it a cravat, but when you look online, if you type in the word jabbit, this pops up. If you type in cravat, it looks completely different than this. Not this shows up. So I just don't know how that happened, or you know, because I'm gonna call it a jabbit. I don't give a shit if the game calls it a cravat, because that's what brought this up. You know what I'm saying? Something I would do in a pinch. What do you mean? Something you do in a pinch? So I don't know what you mean by that. Like blow your nose in the jabbit? Are you saying? Might as well just go and blow your nose in that in a pinch?
Okay, are you going to be all right?
Yep, I'm already all right.
How are you already all right? Blow my nose into that thing? Okay, gotcha. That's what I thought you meant. I can't find a tissue. Well, use a fucking napkin or something. Not a jabbit or a cravat or whatever.
Somehow I highly doubt that, but I'm not going to push it.
I promised Daddy I'd never cry in front of a stranger.
And you're a good kid, aren't you, Kay? You always keep your promises, right?
That's right. Even if I can't see Daddy anymore, I'm still gonna keep all my promises.
You're a very brave girl, Kay. You're a very good child for keeping your promises you've made to your papa. I'll even testify that you didn't cry just for you.
Thank you very much, lady.
Ha! It's nothing. I'm only telling the truth after all.
It would appear that because her father was a respected prosecutor, Francesca is sympathetic to Kay's feelings.
Yeah, that could be. Let me check on something really quick, guys. It is now 9:30, so we need to find a stopping point. Let me see if I can do a little bit of research on that really fast. How far are we into this case? Okay, we got through that. That's weird. This walkthrough is a little incorrect about what just happened. It says Edgeworth offers his cravat to dry Kay's tears, but she blows her nose on it. No, she doesn't. He offers a handkerchief, and then she blows her nose on the cravat. So this is wrong. Just saying. Small detail, but it's definitely wrong. That's not what just happened. So... oh man, see this, God, this one is not as nice and easy as the rest of the games have been. Because we have like a little bit more to go, but it's too much to like extend the stream for. So we do need to find like a good stopping point. But we are almost at the end of the section at least. So we'll just save the last section for next week. Oh no, there's 2 more sections afterwards. Okay. They have end 1 and end 2. So never mind. There will be plenty to go through next week. So as long as we can get to the end of this section, I think we'll get a to be continued and we can stop there. We should be pretty close. All right, so we're gonna ask Kay about her father. Kay, what kind of person was your father?
Daddy was a hero of justice. His job was to catch all the bad people in the world.
So, to you, a prosecutor is a hero of justice, huh? I suppose we are, in a sense, as we are the ones who seek guilty verdicts for criminals.
Plus, you know what? Whenever I came to the courthouse, Daddy would buy me my absolute favorite treat, Swiss rolls.
Oh.
I want to be a hero of justice someday, just like Daddy. So I've been working really hard.
I see. And what have you been working hard on?
I've been working hard to keep all the promises Daddy and I made together.
A promise notebook. May I have a look inside, Kay?
Sure, okay.
It appears to be an exchange diary of sorts between father and daughter. Mr. Faraday's writing conveys a sense of the kind of man he was. This little notebook just might come in handy later.
Promise notebook data jotted down in my organizer. Huh. Let's say note promises, okay.
Thank you for showing it to me, Kay. I hope you'll continue to work hard and become a hero just like your father.
I'm gonna try.
Hey, Kay. So I'm a detective that catches the bad people, right? That makes me a hero too.
Yeah, you're really cool too, Gummy.
Yeah, aren't I, Kay?
Fuck yeah, sure. I mean, fuck yeah, Gumshoe. Hell yeah, dude. Get some confidence out of that.
What is it with the two of them?
I hand down verdicts of justice, so that makes me a hero too.
Yeah, Judge, join in there. Yes, and thanks to your oh-so-heroic testimony, you almost painted that detective as a vile criminal and sent him off to jail.
I'm really sorry about that.
Gummy is not a bad man, okay?
That poor judge. He's being treated like a vile criminal rather than a hero of justice.
Appears that you and Detective Gumshoe are good friends, Kay. That's the first time Gumshoe has been complimented. Hell yeah! And he was really fishing for it too. He's like, right?
Wouldn't I be a hero too, right?
Yeah, we're friends.
In that case, would you mind telling me a little more about him? I'm gonna ask him about
Old Dick Gumshoe.
So I take it that you ran into Detective Gumshoe earlier.
Yep. I was on my way to see Daddy when I saw Gummy standing there. He was standing there in the hallway staring really hard at the vending machine, so I said hi.
And when was this?
Huh? Oh, before everything got crazy.
How long were the two of you together?
We only talked for a little while. And then we went on our own ways.
That's right, pal. And I only talked for a little while, and that's it.
Oh, which means we have now confirmed that Kay was in the hallway during the recess, isn't that right?
Ah! Oh, you got me.
I told you to stop picking on Gummy, mister.
Very well, then. I'll just have to speak to the good detective in private later. Now we're gonna ask her about Swiss rolls. And I can see Gumshoe kicking the machine trying to get something out. Yeah, I can see that. Just shaking it a little bit. He's like,
is anybody watching?
Yeah. Were you the one who brought this pack of Swiss rolls, Kay?
Well, I didn't really have a lot of money. And I somehow made $1 out of all the pennies and quarters I had. But that still wasn't enough, and I really, really wanted one.
Come to think of it, she did come and ask me to exchange a handful of change for $1.
And that's when you came and asked me to change your money, correct?
Yeah, thanks a bunch for doing that, mister.
Sure. But let me ask you, even with that $1, you still didn't have enough, correct?
Well, that's why.
Hey, if you bully Kay anymore, I'm gonna have you arrested, pal.
Need I remind you that you're already under arrest?
Yow!
I sense that Kay is going to be less than forthcoming with this question.
My dad used to do that to those chocolate machines. Chocolate machines? What chocolate machines? What do you mean by that? Is that like a vending machine too? I guess I'm not quite sure what you mean by that.
Sorry about your roughly thing.
Yes, well, now that it's positively drenched in your nasal mucus.
Don't worry, Kay. I have a spare. So here, you can have this one. Oh, he actually gives it to Kay. That's cool.
But Daddy said, never take things from strangers.
Ah, this one is the promise. Wait, it's one of the promises you made in your promise notebook, correct?
Yeah, look, see? It's right here on this page.
Kay's promises to Daddy. Promise 1, never take things from a stranger. Promise 2, never go anywhere with a stranger. Alright then, I'm not giving this to you. I'm merely allowing you to borrow it. You can take it home, wash it nice and clean, and then give it back to me next time we meet.
Okay. Daddy never said I couldn't borrow things from strangers.
And then he doesn't give it to her?
You put it right back on? What? They didn't want to like redraw all of his character models without the jabbit? Is that what I was saying? Maybe. There are chocolate claw machines here, and they land on a platform, and that has a thing going back and forth, pushing chocolates a little, if that makes sense. Okay, the machine pushes chocolates down the platform, and a lot of the time they end up sitting on the edge. Okay, that's interesting. Yeah, I don't know that we have anything like that here, at least not with chocolate specifically. It sounds like something I've seen in like a arcade, I guess, but maybe a little modified. That sounds pretty interesting, honestly. Could you get like quite a few chocolates out of it? Is it like a chance thing a little bit? Like you might not get any chocolate, or you might get chocolate? Because you said it's a claw machine. So that to me, I assume that means there's a chance to not get anything. Like it's like a game or something, right? That sounds interesting. Now then, Detective Gumshoe. I believe it is now crystal clear that you were with Little K in that hallway.
Grr, I told you to stop being mean to Gummy.
Miles Edgeworth, there is still something you have yet to resolve.
I beg your pardon?
You still haven't offered an explanation for why that man would lie to us.
Well...
Gummy, don't tell me you lied for my sake.
Hey, don't worry about it, Kay. Everything's gonna be okay.
Ah, so that's why.
So what was Detective Gumshoe's motive for lying? If you can't explain that, then you can't call this a perfect investigation.
His reason for lying was very simple.
What?
Here is what I believe to be his reason. From simple observation of the detective's actions and his interactions with Kay, it's obvious the detective was lying for the young girl's sake. And this piece of evidence will show you exactly why. Oh shit.
Which piece of evidence proves that Detective Gumshoe was lying on account of Kay?
What piece of evidence does do that, dude? Was it Kay's promise book somehow? Like, that's one of the new pieces we have. You have to grab the chocolate and pile enough onto the platform for the machine to push some off. Oh, it doesn't push all the way to the edge. Right, okay. See, it's sounding to me like something we have in arcades, which you probably have these as well, I assume. So maybe I'm wrong, but it sounds like these machines that we have where you put like a coin in, and then the coin goes down and then ends up like on the pile of other coins, right? And then it has this thing that's constantly pushing in and out. And like you said, sometimes there's some on the edge, and if you put one down on this one, you can end up getting enough to push the others to make some fall off the edge. And it's a way to get like points or whatever, or tickets and stuff. It sounds like it's kind of like that, maybe? I mean, the pile up part is a little bit different. And the claw, there's no claw in the one I'm thinking of. So it's probably different, but it sounds like a little bit like that, maybe? I think it's similar to that. Yeah, okay, cool. It sounds like it's similar to that. That's pretty interesting. If you can find a picture of one, it'd be interesting to see. All right, let's see. What's the evidence we have here? Let's look in the promise notebook. Oh, I can't. Okay, I can't check. Promise 3, always greet people with a smile, even people you don't know. Promise 4, never cry in front of strangers. Promise 5, always try your hardest to learn about things you don't understand. Daddy's job is to make sure that everyone follows the rules. K, be a good girl and promise that you'll keep your promises to me, okay? Love, your daddy.
Okay, Daddy.
Lying on account of K. Lying on account of K. Shit, dude, I don't know. All I can think is it's a promise notebook is the newest piece of evidence, so maybe it's something in there. Which piece of evidence proves that Detective Gumshoe was lying on account of K? I don't know, the Swiss roll? Fuck, dude, I don't know. I'm just gonna get in. It's late enough. I need to head to bed. Okay, I am right. I was right. It is her notebook because it is one of the promises. I thought maybe that was it. Because the whole strangers thing, but I thought she knows Gumshoe, so maybe he wouldn't be a stranger, but I think he was a stranger. And she took the role from him, so I guess that's her breaking in, I guess. Post it in Domm chat, probably easier to see it in action, honestly. Yeah, probably would be an action thing, but I appreciate that. I'll check that out for sure. Take that! Sweet, yeah, let's get the last ones of success. Fuck yeah, dude.
Mr. Faraday and Kay's promise notebook. How does this explain anything?
If you could take a look at this page, it clearly is written that Kay should never take things from a stranger. When Detective Gumshoe heard about that promise, he tried to cover for Kay.
What a foolishly foolish fool's fool of a foolish reason for a fool.
Yo!
Gummy, you lied because of me, didn't you?
Because I'm your friend, Kay. That's why.
Gummy.
At long last, Detective Gumshoe, can you please tell me the whole truth now?
Guess there's no beating you, huh, pal? Okay. I'll spill the goods. I'd been standing guard for a while. I was getting really hungry, and that snack vending machine was taunting me.
But all of the cash you had on you was $5, and that wasn't enough to buy anything, right? After all, the cheapest item in that machine is a $6 pack of Swiss rolls.
Yeah, but then, like an angel from heaven, Kay showed up.
I was thinking about sharing a snack with Daddy. So I wanted to buy a Swiss roll. But I only had about $1 in coins.
So we pooled my $5 and her $1 together, and bought a pack of Swiss rolls together.
But I was worried about breaking one of my promises. So then Gummy said,
Mr. Faraday's one scary guy when he gets mad. But don't worry, you won't get in trouble if I don't tell, right? Besides, you bought it with me. So you didn't really get it for me, you know?
he told me it'd be okay. And he gave me a whole roll to save and give to Daddy.
Who knew that Scruffy could be so considerate?
Indeed. Detective, I take it that you then sat down on the bench and ate the rolls together.
Yeah, we split the other roll and ate it right then. The sweet taste of that cake's chocolate. I'll never forget it as long as I live, pal.
Anyway, Kay, I believe this also belongs to you.
Oh, that's from the balloon I popped.
It's bad manners to leave garbage lying around, Kay.
I'm sorry.
Well, I guess I can't blame you for not throwing this one piece away. It was sitting high up on a windowsill where you couldn't see it. So just this once, I forgive you.
But that balloon, I wanted to surprise Gummy a little, so I popped it on purpose. And because of me, Gummy dropped just half of the Swiss roll.
Wow, you really got me there, pal.
So I thought maybe I should give Gummy this other roll. And then I saw you picking on Gummy, mister.
So you kicked me, is that it?
You sure are a feisty one.
I'm really sorry, mister.
It's all right. I'm perfectly unharmed. But about this Swiss roll, would it be all right with you if I held onto it until Detective Gumshoe is cleared of all charges and free to go?
Yeah, sure. Just make sure you give it to Gummy afterwards, okay?
Of course, I promise. Now then, I believe we have proven beyond the shadow of a doubt that Detective Gumshoe was in the hallway for the entire duration of his duty, which undeniably proves that Detective Gumshoe could not have committed the double murders. Well, her objection voice is weird.
Actually, it just proves the opposite, Edgeworth. You've just shown
A Detective Gumshoe is the only one who could have committed the crime.
What do you mean?
It's quite rude to eavesdrop, Miss Yu.
I'm getting lectured on manners by a girl with a penchant for whipping people.
What? How dare you talk back with such insolence?
You're wrong, lady. Gummy's not the bad guy.
Oh, and what have we here? What is a child doing here in a courthouse? Bailiff, please take this child in.
Miss Callisto, you! That girl is Mr. Faraday's.
I know, so what? You think that just because she's the victim's daughter, she gets to just run wild all around the crime scene? I think it's actually quite dangerous for her to speak nothing of getting underfoot.
I suppose you're right. However,
as long as we're in agreement on that point, let's get back to the real issue at hand. Now then, Detective, you were in front of the door to lobby number 2 the entire time, correct?
Yeah, but...
You see? Isn't it obvious that it could only have been Detective? He is the only person who could have gone into lobby number 2 at the time of the murders.
I have no counter-argument to that.
Don't worry, I've already put in the necessary paperwork for his formal arrest.
Yeah, but the investigation is far from over.
Oh, that's right. I was going to speak with you about that. Don't you think it's reckless to talk to the suspect out in the open without a guard?
Nah, suppose it is.
Well, as someone with more experience in law than you, allow me to share something. Always keep a good eye on a criminal, or you may regret what comes of your negligence. Oh, Miles, I can't believe you're letting this woman lecture you like this. This is unforgivable as a disciple of Von Karma. Down, Tigress. Now then, I'll be looking forward to the results of your investigation.
Oh man, they just turned up the heat on fucking Gumshoe, dude. What the fuck?
So, we're back to square one.
Actually, this is our last chance. I can tell that damn it. Actually, this is our last chance. I can tell that if we fail to solve this case, Detective Gumshoe will be formally charged under all of the circumstantial evidence.
This investigation is not over yet. There was still one location we have yet to inspect. It's where Detective Bad and Miss Yu were at the time of the crime. Lobby number 1.
See, it could be either of them. Both of them being lobby number 1 is kind of suspicious. There we go. To be continued. We got there. And save. Saving. September 10th, 5:45 p.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 1. And save. And save. And save. And save. I always save it 4 times just to be safe. Got 4 slots, so just in case I fuck it up. And there's a cheer from Crispy. Hello. Or hell yeah. I mean, not hello. What the fuck? Hell yeah. Thank you, Crispy. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. All right. Well, that means, unfortunately, it's time for us to end our hangout sesh, which is always unfortunate, isn't it? What's also unfortunate is that every time I do an Ace Attorney stream, I get like a stuffy nose from doing all the voices. I don't know why that happens. It's such a weird thing. There's definitely like some weird clog. It's like a very mild clog too. It's not like it's full of like snot or anything. It's not that kind of stuffy. It's this weird kind of stuffy where it's just like, I don't know, there's just something that's plugging it up. Yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna have to blow my nose out of this. That's all I know. All right, guys. Anyways, so man, we're almost at the end of the week. We got tomorrow, which is Yakuza 0, obviously. So I hope you guys will join me for some Yakuza some beating dudes up, some karaoke, and some cabaret club stuff. Should be fun. Always a good time. And then this weekend is actually pretty jam-packed. So Saturday we have our community night, as you guys probably just saw the images there. Let me bring it up. Right there. So I really hope that you guys will come by and hang out with us while we do our special here. Let me just say the whole thing. Strange Planet Super High Intelligence Tournament Special, aka Strange Planet Ultimate Night of Knowledge. So hope you join us for Shit Spunk on Saturday. And if you are interested in joining, I really encourage you guys to, like, if there's ever any event, I'll just say that. I really encourage you guys to get in there and click that interested button. It really helps us know how many people are actually considering showing up or not. Like, it doesn't have to be like you have to show up if you're interested. It's just, it helps us know how much, like, if we're doing something that you guys think is cool and we should keep doing it. You know what I mean? So if you guys could let us know by clicking that button that you're interested in it, even if you can't show up, I just think it's nice to know that you guys like are enjoying the fact that we're like putting these things on. So I really highly encourage you to go in Discord to the event and click that you're interested if you are, you know. But if you don't think it's cool, you know, please don't click it, because then we get to know that feedback. So yeah, I really encourage you guys to do that, and it's gonna be a good time. I mean, you get to hang out with all the boys here and other members of the community, you know. It's just gonna be cool, goofy, whatever. So just come by, it'll be great. If you want to know when that's gonna start, check the Discord as well. The event will show you your local time. So there you go. I'll get right on it, boss. Sunday for me. Yeah, it should be Sunday for you. Yeah, hopefully you'll be able to come by, Crispy. I really hope so. It might be pretty early for you, but and you know, if you can't make it, that's cool. But yeah, just let us know if you think it's interesting. If you like the fact that we're doing it, that'll help us. Because if we get to like the point where nobody's saying they're interested and hardly anybody's showing up, we're gonna start to feel like you guys don't want that, and we'll probably start spending our time on other things. So if you guys do like that we do that, you got to show us, you know, you got to let us know that. Not that we have plans to stop community night or anything. I'm just saying that's just how things work, right? If nobody shows up, why do it? So that's the kind of thing. Oh, it's okay, Crispy. No need to cry. Nothing sad here. We're just talking. It's all good. Let's see what else we have this weekend. So we have that on Saturday, and then on Sunday there's a couple things. We got I'm gonna be over on Cuttlefish's channel playing some Phasmo with some other streamers, so that's pretty exciting. I don't have plans to stream that at the moment. What I plan on doing is just joining her on her stream, and I invite you guys to please come over to her chat and, you know, chat with me and Cuddle and all the other streamers that are going to be in that game. And she should have my camera on stream and everything, so I'm going to be on the screen for her stream. And yeah, so I want to invite you guys over to her channel and hang out with us there, and that's going to happen on Sunday. Just look in Discord for the notification. I will definitely ping you guys before that happens. So yeah, there we go. That's exciting. But having that happen on Sunday, it is going to push our Ace Attorney watching stream a little bit. So I had the schedule pushed about an hour right now, but it might go a little bit farther than that. I don't know how long we're going to be playing Phasmo. I assume it's only a couple hours, but we might just have to push the watch party a little bit. But yeah, just keep an eye out for that notification as well. So if you're interested in watching. But yeah, that's what we got going on this weekend. And then, of course, back on Monday, you guys do not miss the part 2 of Strange Planet Takes on Undertale. So that should be fun. I think all in all, we'll probably have maybe about 3 of those streams, because I think we'll get through the whole game in 3 streams. But yeah, we're having a really good time with that, and I hope you guys are enjoying it as well. So I think we're going to try to do more collabs and stuff. We've definitely been talking behind the scenes about trying to figure out what we can do to get us more members of Strange Planet on screen at the same time, because it's always a blast when we're together, isn't it? All right, well, I think that's the last of my notifications. So how about we get ready to raid? What do you guys think about that? I know Papa should be on tonight playing some Resident Evil. I think he's doing his cosplay. It is Cosplay Thursdays for Strange Planet, so even Noah is participating now. Noah is now in his cat maid outfit in the mornings, by the way, guys. So if you want to see Noah in a cat maid outfit, if you haven't seen that yet, definitely want to come by Noah's stream on Thursday mornings. Just gonna put that out there. Definitely do that, guys. It's good. He looks great. All right, let's see who else we got on. Let's do some honorable mentions real quick. We got Isidore is on. He's starting his Persona series. He started Persona 1, Shin Megami Tensei Persona. I guess they dropped the Shin Megami Tensei eventually, right? Because people just call it Persona now, right? So yeah, if you guys want to see some Persona, definitely jump in Isidore's stream. Hell, we might even raid him. We'll see. We got Nebula Space Invader. They just raided me the other day. They're playing some Digimon World 3. Hell yeah, there you go. Maverick Comics playing some Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Shredder's Revenge. Nice, old school, dude. Take That Terra is in Zero Escape. 9 hours, 9 persons, 9 doors. Very cool game. It's actually what I plan on going to after Ace Attorney. So if you guys want to get a peek on what that is, definitely go check out Take That Terra. Let's see. We got, obviously, Papa's playing some Village. And that's all we got. That's all my honorable mentions. So there you go. Let's see. How about... Let's see. You know what? Let's throw some love to Isidore. You know what I mean? We raid Papa every week. Definitely, I'll be in Papa's stream as well, so definitely come hang out with me there. But let's go give some love to Isidore, dude. He's such a strong supporter of the community. So let's do that. He deserves it, man. And honestly, I don't think I've ever seen any of Persona 1, so that'll be interesting as well. Oh, man, he's got a full Polypop thing going on, dude. Fuck yeah, dude. I like his setup. There's definitely a lot of interesting stuff going on over here. It's so much fun watching somebody grow their stream. I just think that's really cool. Cadet Bedge Kit? What's that? I won't be in the morning for Ace Attorney stream, sadly. I won't be in the morning for Ace Attorney stream, sadly. I don't know what you mean by that, Crispy. You mean for the watching the anime? You won't be able to be there? Because we're doing it a little bit later, if that helps y'all. I don't know if that helps. He looks like he has one viewer. Could it be... I don't know who's this guy, Crispy? We're going to raid Isidore. I appreciate you throwing somebody out there, but we're raiding Isidore. I won't be here, sorry. Oh, yeah, that's fine. That's fine. No big deal. I mean, obviously, we wish you could be here. Like, don't get me wrong. But it's okay. Life happens. All right. Starting that raid. I appreciate you all for jumping in on the raid. I know Isidore's going to be happy to see ya. He's almost affiliate. He just needs 2 more follows. I believe he's, last time I heard, he might have already hit it by now, but he's like 2 followers away, so... He could be getting affiliate pretty freaking soon. So if you guys haven't followed him yet, consider it. Please consider it. All right, guys. Looks like we're ready for the raid. So, yeah, just once again, thanks everybody for hanging out. Hope you guys enjoyed this episode of Ace Attorney. And until I see you next time, stay happy, stay healthy. I love you all, and we'll see you tomorrow for some Yakuza 0. All right, have a good night, everybody. And have fun. Let's go hang out with Isidore. And remember to say hi to Papa as well. All right, see you guys. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Goodbye.